Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda
Nityanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvadhitham Gaganasadusham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekham Nityam Vimalamachalam Parvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitham Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nityanandam, welcome to all the viewers who are joining us from all over the world today for this Parashakti Akashic reading. And I hope all of you enjoyed the beautiful Sundareshwara darshan we just had. Now let us enter into this segment and understand who is Devi Parashakti. If you are here, it means existence wants you to be here in this form. You are not an accident. You are an incident. You are a conscious miracle of existence. Existence is trying to express itself through you. Welcome to this sacred spiritual experience, your digital experience of the divine. This may be what you think as your first time in the presence of a divine cosmic being, but this is not the first time this energy has graced planet Earth. If you are watching this now, it is not a coincidence. This is a cosmic intervention in your life to make you manifest what you want. So you may be wondering, how is this possible? How has this worked before? Experience these answers through the powerful cognitions as referenced from the ancient text of Hinduism, revived by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So now let us understand who is Devi Parashakti, the cosmic mother. Devi is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness, the cosmic mother. She is the source Shakti. It is her cosmic womb, Brahmanda Yoni, from which billions and billions of universes come out and go in. Source where the Big Bang and black holes go on. Parashakti is the main deity of the sacred feminine and the divine consort of Bhagavan Paramashivam, who is a primordial divinity of Hinduism. And in the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself about the relationship with the mother, the first and foremost relationship is mother. The ability to learn, even the idea to relate, starts with the mother. How to relate starts with the mother. Understand your idea to relate, your ability to relate starts with the mother. Mother is too important way to connect with what you think as life. In the Vedic tradition, our rishis were aware your ability to connect with the mother should be directed towards the cosmos. It should inspire, it should awaken your higher consciousness. It should inspire your higher consciousness to express through you. It should awaken your higher consciousness. Connecting with life as mother is the most sweetest, most beautiful, most easiest form to ever connect. So now let us understand what is the Bhavasamadhi darshan. Sama means oneness, and Adi means source. So Samadhi means one with the source, and Bhava means attitude or aspect. So being one with the source through this aspect. And darshan means to have a glimpse of. In the Vedic tradition, it is used to describe the moment we behold a deity, an avatar, a saint, or an enlightened being, as just seeing such a being can cleanse the karmas of lifetime and create a deep, lasting transformation in the receiver. Darshan is the powerful, superconscious vibration that is present around an avatar at all times. He simply radiates darshan just as the sun continuously radiates light. The auspicious moment when the receiver is able to catch it becomes a moment of darshan for you, raising you to the next level of superconscious breakthrough, like hitting the reset button on your being. So let us understand the science behind the Bhavasamadhi darshan. The first thing you need to know is that divine cosmic beings are real. They manifest from Kailasa, the enlightened time-space zone, through deities and incarnations, and divine cosmic beings manifest through the Akshavattara, the deities in temples, and through the Bhavasamadhi darshans in the Nijavatara, the incarnations. The Bhavasamadhi darshan is the science of the Nijavatara manifesting Paramashiva, the consciousness. It is where formless, the being of Paramashiva, expresses through the Divya Sharira, the light body, and manifests as a Nijavatara, the physical form, the embodied form, for us to experience Paramashiva. And for example, Devi Parashakti herself expresses through the being of Rajarajeshwari and manifests as a Nijavatara, the physical form of Devi Meenakshi. And the Akshavattara, the deity, reflects the consciousness and manifestation being of the superconscious energy. But human beings are not mature enough to receive the higher level experiences from the Akshavattara directly. So the avatar, the physical embodied form, comes down to bridge the gap and creates the experience of superconscious energy in all of us. And the Bhavasamadhi darshan awakens your Kundalini Shakti, which is the latent potential energy in every human being. This influx of superconscious energy visibly slows down the aging process and improves immunity to disease. During the darshan, the whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconductor of conscious energies that heals, empowers, and transforms our lives. So now let us understand who is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. During the Bhavasamadhi darshan, our neurons mirror that of the avatar. The mirror neurons activate and process all the observed movements just by seeing. That is, the whole body imitates the movement without actually being in the physical presence. And the Akashic readings are not predictions, they are readings from the cosmic archive. Beyond space, creation and destruction happen simultaneously. And in the dimension of time, starts the past, present, and future. And because Akashic records are stored in the Akasha, the space dimension, there is no past, present, and future. That is why what you call as happened, happening, yet to happen, are clearly already recorded. So now let us understand who is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Paramashivam Paramashivam, is the reviver of Kailasa, the macrocosmic ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva as per Hinduism, recognized by his predecessors who were enlightened masters and adepts. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made the science of power manifestation, yoga, and temple-based universities as lifestyle for humanity. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is ordained as the 233rd Guru Mahasanidanam of the Kanchi Kailasa Vision, is the incumbent emperor of the Surivamshi Sarangi Samrajam, is the present 293rd Jagat Guru Mahasanidanam of the Kailasa Shamla Pita Sarvajna, and is the present Mahamandaleshwara of the Mahanirvani Pada, the largest apex monastic order. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 1008th Acharya Mahamandaleshwara of the Atalakada, is the present 23rd Guru Mahasanidanam of the Dharmamukti Swargapura Adinam, and has been elected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by a congregation of over 1,000 Hindu leaders. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is revered as the teacher of Hinduism, the most prolific, most viewed, read, and watched, and has authored over 300 books and 10,000 articles in 3 languages, English, Tamil, and Sanskrit, which have been translated into 50 languages with over 1,000 titles. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has over 20 million copies of books, articles sold, read, and downloaded, and has over 10,000 hours of discourses delivered. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has enriched and enriched over 1 billion lives digitally, and is respected as a commentator of all sacred scriptures such as the Upanishads, the Bhagavad Gita, the Shiva Sutras, the Brahma Sutras, the Yoga Sutras, the Ashtavakra Gita, the Jain Sutras, and many more. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is honored as the leader of Hinduism, the most awarded, internationally recognized Hindu leader, is a reviver of 108 ancient Hindu sampradayas, including the Rudrakanyas, Rudradrishis, Rishikas, Bhairavas, Bhairavis, and Sannyas, and is the establisher of the largest Hindu university in the world, Kailasa Vision Hindu University, with satellite campuses in over 150 countries. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the establisher of 1,000 plus Kailasa enlightenment ecosystems, and the founder and reviver of over 100 Sadvanya, and is the collector of the largest Hindu library with over 1 million books, 1 million palm leaf scriptures, and over 20 million digital books. Now that we've understood who is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, let us now witness the demonstration of the extraordinary powers, the extraordinary Shaktis of Paramashiva and Parashakti, as demonstrated by the initiated disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the Nityananda Yogis and Gurukul Balasins of the Nityananda order. We will be entering into this segment very shortly, so do stay tuned.
We get you help. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. we get you direct spiritual support and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened.
Om Nityananda Paramashivam. 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 Om Nityananda Paramashivam.
Nityanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gahana Sadrusham Tattvamasyaadhilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nityanam. On today's segment of the manifesting extraordinary Shaktis of Paramashiva, in today's Parashakti's Akashic reading, the intros section, we'll be looking into the different manifestation of powers such as the power of third eye, the power of body scan, and other various powers. The Balasans, Nityananda Yogis, the initiated disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, will now be demonstrating the powers of third eye and sharing with all the experience and results of the extraordinary manifestation of the divine powers awakened in us through the Diksha, which is initiation. In today's Baba Samay Darshan, all of us will be receiving the initiation into the third eye awakening and various other powers with the blessings and the grace of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We will be manifesting the following powers, which is the third eye, seeing with your eyes completely blindfolded. Third eye is a cosmic browsing center located between brows, which upon initiation one can effortlessly express powers and see through the third eye, just as you would with the two eyes. So what are Shaktis? In the Vedagamas, the source scriptures of Hinduism, Paramashiva reveals in elaborate detail that every human being is hardwired to be able to manifest 463 plus powers, divine powers. Shaktis are described as a system, method, and science for human beings to explore the various possibilities and powers and have access to various states of consciousness. Shaktis manifest from the fundamental cognition that you are divine. You need to manifest divine and not you are man. You need to reach divine. So let's understand what is the difference between Shaktis and Siddhis. Shaktis express from the space of enlightenment as a side effect of feeling connection with the divine and high integrity with the Guru. Shaktis are source of enlightenment. Siddhis are powers that manifest from tapas or penance for enlightenment. Siddhis are on the path of enlightenment. The Shaktis of Paramashiva manifest through ordinary human beings in an extraordinary way after the initiation from the avatar. Shaktis are permanent. Siddhis are not permanent. Siddhis may divert you from enlightenment. Paramashiva, the source of Shaktis. Paramashiva is a primordial divinity in Hinduism, the ultimate and cause which is self-effulgent, Swayam Prakasha, all-pervading, unchanging beyond time, space, form, and causality. As a fundamental base of Avyakta, the unmanifest, and Vyakta, the manifest existence, he performs the Panchakritya or the 5 cosmic acts of Shristi, which is creation, Sthiti, which is sovereign rulership and maintenance, Samhara, which is rejuvenation, Throbhava, pulling out of delusion, Anugraha, liberating grace for all living entities. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Sri Nityananda Paramashivam, is an 1008th living incarnation and representative of Paramashiva and the reviver of Kailasa, the ancient, enlightened Hindu civilizational nation, the great cosmic borderless Hindu nation. Ever since the beginning of the civilization, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma has been a cradle of enlightened beings and highly advanced sciences. It was where the science of enlightenment and powers, Shaktis, was lived and taught as a lifestyle. For the first time in modern day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving these yogic sciences and transmitting it to the world as a record breaking never accomplished before. The knowledge and science of manifesting these Shaktis are passed down from one generation to the next through Diksha, initiation by the enlightened Gurus. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, being recognized as an incarnation at very young age, was trained and taught these sciences to revive the initiations and knowledge for billions to manifest science of power manifestation from the disciplines of Vedanta, Tantra, Sri Vidya, Yoga and yogic powers, Mantra Shastra, Siddha Vidya, science of Aushadha, Advaita and Bhakti Yoga, Paramashivajnana and Paramashivajnana. So, how to awaken the divine Shaktis in us? Manifesting Shaktis, every ultimate truth, Jnana, which is mapped into your consciousness, Prajna, manifest as possibility and power of every being, which is Prajnana. Now,
Diksha is the direct transfer of spiritual energy by an enlightened being through look, word, or touch. The traditional Vedic book Navaratneshwara states, Sarvasamapi Dikshanam Muktihi Phalamakhanditam Avirodhat Bhavantyeva Prasangyastu Bhuktayaha. The main benefit of all initiations is moksha, enlightenment. As a side effect, health, wealth, leadership and well-being happen. And in Rudrayamala Tantra, Shiva says, Devi Diksha Vihinasya Na Siddhihi Na Cha Sadgatihi Tasmat Sarva Prayatnena Guruna Dikshito Bhavet. The one who is not initiated does not attain liberation nor a better future. So by all efforts, one should get initiated by Guru. What is the science of initiation? Neuroscience has proved that the process of initiation floods the brain with energy. This is the superconscious energy of Kundalini, our own highest inner potential energy. As the Kundalini flows from the thalamus to the cortex, it sets up a powerful energy loop within the brain, which awakens the latent non-mechanical parts which we have never used before. With increasing levels of coherence, the whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconductor of conscious energies that heal, empower, transform our lives, bliss and fulfillment. Initiation creates high awareness, visualization, creativity. It also slows the aging process and improves the immune system. Kundalini awakening, healing experience, levitation, teleportation, materialization. Experience the power of initiation through a range of exclusive programs conducted at the ashram. Nityananda Dhyanapitham, Nityananda Nagar, Birdi, Bengaluru. Contact 97422 03311 82774 90091. Visit www.nityananda.org.
The science of power manifestation is authenticated through four aspects of evidence, or which is called as pramanas. The first is the Shastra Pramana. The Shastra Pramana is eternal, unchangeable truths revealed in the source scriptures. The next is Apta Pramana. Apta Pramana is the experience and results of Aptas, or authorities of Hinduism, the Vedic rishis and scientists who have time tested and verified the science. The Atma Pramana is an account of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Paramashivam, this millennium's avatar, personal experience or power manifestation. The Pratyaksha Pramana is or in the empirical evidence from observation and scientific experimentation. The Vedagamas is a living applied science. Vedas are the ultimate superior authorities for Hindus. Vedas are the pure science where the ultimate truths are explained. Agamas are the scriptures where the applied technology, the applied science is expanded upon. Vedas and Vedagamas are given the status of Shruti, as they are directly revealed by Paramashiva himself. They are the ultimate, eternal, unchangeable truths. A reference cited from these Shastras or source scriptures is called Shastra Pramana. Let us now get ready to witness a very unique and exciting demonstration of the power of third eye. The Shastra Pramana, the scriptural reference to manifest the powers of third eye, goes by Kapalantarmanonyasya Tishtanmilitalochanaha Kramena manaso dadyad Lakshayed lakshamuttamam. The translation goes, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession, by the stability of the mind and inner space through the power of the third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal, which is the Lakshyam, by having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with the source, Paramashiva. The Apta Pramana, where Bhagavan Krishna says to Arjuna, but you cannot see my cosmic form with these physical eyes of yours. Therefore, I grant you a divine third eye vision. Behold my cosmic opulence. In the Hindu Purana, Bhagavad Gita, Krishna initiates Arjuna into the power of third eye to behold Krishna's Vishwarupa Darshan, the vision of his cosmic form. The 11th chapter of Bhagavad Gita, which contains the description of Bhagavan Krishna's cosmic form, is completely narrated by Arjuna, as he sees Krishna through the third eye. The Atma Pramana, in Swamiji's own words,
Outside and outside
the first
broke.
experience that I was able to see everything around me, above me, the whole 360
Outside and
degrees, the
outside
10 directions,
broke.
below me, everything. I realized
The first
not only I was able to see,
experience
I was
is
able
that I
to
was
feel,
able to see
experience
everything
all of that as me.
around me, above me, the
The
whole
Pratyaksha Pramana
360
is the
degrees.
study measures and compare metabolic cell activity of the brain in conscious and meditative states using the positron emission tomography. When during the daily activities, high activities is measured in the brain where the third eye is located. When in the deep samadhi state, only third eye region is active and almost 90% of the rest of the brain is at peace. The Saksha Pramana, this rare sacred science of third eye awakening is being made available to humanity for the ultimate enrichment and conscious evolution by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism embodies the most profound yogic states that surpass all bounds of time, space, and matter. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is gifting this pure great science of third eye awakening, along with many other spiritual sciences, to the initiation of to millions of people. They have been initiated by Swamiji and are experiencing the profound results as extraordinary powers in their everyday life. Let us now witness the live Saksha Pramana, the demonstration of the power of third eye with the Balasans and Nityananda yogis. as we now get ready to manifest the power of third eye, which is reading with the eyes completely blindfolded. Now, I'll be demonstrating this power of third eye, where we'll be manifesting the power of third eye, reading with your eyes blindfolded, reading the YouTube live comments, which is being projected and which will be typed by all the participants and the devotees out there who is watching this as live. So before entering, just a little introduction of what I'm going to do and how the manifestation is going to take place. So as you can see in my hand, this is the eye band which I'm going to wear. This mindfold is completely tested by the ophthalmologist and the doctors, which is scientifically proven, where there is no light which is going to be passing through the blindfold. It's completely dark pitch, where it is made of the thick acrylic sheet in the front, and if you see the behind part is a sponge where is there, and where my eyes are completely fit into this, and I can tighten it up and loosen it accordingly by the strap which is being given. So this is the mindfold which I'm going to wear myself and completely blindfolded. So what's exactly is going to happen is, after blindfolding myself, it's going to be completely dark, and the YouTube live chat which is going to be projected to all of you and to me also. So it's going to be, I'm going to be reading that to be more precise, reading the colors, shapes, emojis, answering to the people's questions which is being projected in the YouTube live by seeing through the third eye. So exactly how this power manifestation happens, as in the earlier slides which is being read out, is just happens through Diksha, which is the initiation. You receive an initiation from the master either through the touch, look, or a blessings, or a word, or anything else. Swamiji said very beautifully, when you sit in his presence, you manifest the powers and you manifest himself in you. So I'm going to connect myself in the space of oneness, remembering Swamiji in my third eye and in my Anandagandha, the heart center, and chanting the Mahavakya, Om Nityananda Paramashivam, for the couple of minutes, requesting his blessings and grace to manifest the power of third eye through me and manifest this power. Now, let us all chant the Mahavakya together and get into the space of oneness with Swamiji to have his presence to shower upon all of us to manifest all our realities and witness this power of the third eye awakening. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 So the first comment which is being projected is Nityanandam and an exclamation mark. From YouTube, welcome to the live chat. Remember to guard your privacy and abide by our community guidelines. Learn more. The next is please scan me. Thanks. Next is please scan my thumb. on my tie. Thank you. Next is Nityananda with an emoji of heart in pink in color and a folded namaskar emoji. Next is Nityanandam again. Then if you can see this, say good evening. So a person has posted, if you can see this which is being now projected, say good evening. So that is the comments which is being projected. And all the people who is projecting this is having a membership which is in yellow in color, and all of their name is written in the font letter color green. So let's take a few minutes. If anybody else wants to type anything in this live chat which is going to be read through the third eye, through the power of third eye, can have posted, and we'll be reading it through this power manifestation segment. So just before concluding, a person has just posted, how does the answer appear in your mind? So answer, as I just said earlier, how does the answer appear in my mind? It's just not an answer. It is not even an appearance. It is just happening in front of me when I invoke Swamiji by chanting the Mahavakya Om Nityananda Paramashivam, requesting his grace and blessings to shower upon myself and about all of us to manifest this power. Swamiji says very beautifully, third eye doesn't mean that you need a special penance or tapas, or you need to gain something from life for past so many years. Anybody who has head has a third eye. The only thing which is required, a prerequisite, is an initiation, the diksha from the master. And you just have to be in the oneness and believe that Swamiji is going to make it happen. Not exactly you are going to manifest. When you drop the ego and surrender to the master, surrender to Swamiji, and let him flow through you, you manifest your reality and you manifest the power. So exactly this answer the question which is being projected by one of the devotees from the YouTube live chat. So we come to the conclusion of today's segment of the Parashakti's Akashic reading, the power manifestation segment of witnessing this power of third eye. Thank you, Nityanandam.
Nityananda Paramashivam Om Nityananda Paramashivam Paramashivam Om Nityananda Paramashivam Om Nityananda Paramashivam Paramashivam. Om Nityananda Paramashivam. Om Nityananda Paramashivam. 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 Paramashivam. Om Nityananda Paramashivam. Paramashivam. Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivam.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes. I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes.
Om Nityananda Paramashivam. 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 Om Nityananda Paramashivam.
Swirling a red lotus. I meditate on the great empress. She is red in color, and her eyes are full of compassion. And she holds the noose, the goad, and the bow and the flowery arrow in her hand. She is surrounded on all sides by powers such as Anima, and she is the self within me. This is from the Lalita Sahasranama Dhyana Shloka. Devi Parashakti is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness. Parashakti is the cosmic mother. It is her cosmic womb from which billions and billions of universes come out and go in. Source where the Big Bang and black hole goes on. Parashakti is the source Shakti, the source energy, the source power from which all of us came, in which all of us are even in now, in which all of us are going to merge. And out of her extreme love and compassion, Parashakti herself is manifesting through the embodied form as the Nijavatara of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. gracing us, answering all of our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivam itself. And in the words of Parashakti herself, describing herself, praising as Omkara, expressing as the Vedas and Agamas, blossomed as the Imkara, filled as Parashakti, living in the 40 triangles, the Kailasa Swamini, who is the Kailasa Tripura Chintamani, Parashakti, sitting as a part of Paramashiva and Parameshwari, who rules the world, Paramashakti, Manonman, Meenakshi. As Nityananda, I took Nijavatara here to give good food to everyone, bestow all goodness. Hiranya Garbhasvarupini, Brahmanda Yoni, Shami, Chandramauli, Rapala, Aparna, Uma, Parvati, Savitri, Navayavana, Samrajya Lakshmi, Parameshwari, Parashodasi, Meenakshi. Taking the form of Nityananda, I came here as Nijavatara. With great compassion, I am blessing. Listen, people, to do good to all of you, I took the form of Nityananda and came down as Nijavatara. Raising as Omkara, blossoming as Shiva, Shiva manifesting as the source of existence, the powers of existence, the expression of existence, from the oneness of Om, blossoming into two as Prakriti and Purusha, blossoming as the three Shaktis, Ichaktiya, Jnana, growing as the four Vedas, expanding as the five Panchabhutas, beyond the six chakras of the, filled as the Gotaras of the seven Rishis, expanding as the eight directions, existing as the nine Grahas, blossoming as the 10 Indriyas, being as the 11 Rudras, creating all the world, bringing to life to tell and make truth blossom, and to do good. Parashodasi, Meenakshi, in the form of Nityananda, I came to bless every one of you. So, how can we receive Devi Parashakti? In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, literally you are seeing Paramashiva and Parashakti at that moment. She is there in your screen, so always receive her very traditionally. Keep 2 betel leaf, 1 banana, 1 betel nut, and 1 coin in front of the screen. Watch the Devi Darshan, and the coin is considered to be the traditional dakshina. In the Hindu tradition, it can be even the lowest value. In India, it can be even 1 paise. In the US, it can be even 1 cent. I'm not trying to monetize. Keep even 1 cent. It is okay. So for 100 days, if you have darshan, it will add up to $1. In India, even 1 paise is okay. And offer that to Devi after the darshan is over. Do the namaskar and eat the banana, the betel leaf, and betel nut. Take it as prasadam immediately. Collect those coins and send them to the LA temple. This betel leaf, betel nut may look too small, but in a few days you will see how much it adds to your sentiment that really she is there. You will not take the Devi darshan for granted. Rituals will break your monotonous, unconscious mentality and lifestyle and remind you and raise you to the powerful cognition. It will break your unconscious behavior. So how can we set up the tambulam? You can take 2 betel leaf, 1 banana, and 1 betel nut, and 1 coin, and you can put that on a plate, just like the picture shows, and offer that to Devi Parashakti every time you have darshan. You can put it in front of your screen and receive Devi, and you will see how much your connection with Devi Parashakti grows, how you deepen your oneness experience with Devi just by offering this small offering. You will see your life completely transformed. So now we will be concluding this portion of the program and we'll be entering into the next segment. As all of us know, Devi Parashakti has been continuously blessing us and guiding us, has been continuously holding our hand throughout this pandemic with and revealing profound secrets and various revelations about this pralaya, about the happening of our lives and about our existence itself. So now, in this segment, we will be understanding what Devi Parashakti has revealed as the sacred secrets of Hindu birth, the Uttamottama birth of being born to Hindu parents. So let us first watch the video of Devi Parashakti's revelation.
நன்றாய் கேட்டுக்கொள். உன் கேள்விக்கு உன்மூலமாய் உலகெங்கும் இருக்கும் இந்துக்கள் எல்லோர்க்கும் அளிக்கின்றேன் உத்திரம். கேட்டு வாழ்ந்தால் உங்கள் வாழ்க்கை பத்திரம். நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள். பிறப்பின் ரகசியத்தை பிறப்பிலா பெருமை உடைய பரமேஸ்வரி சொல்லுகின்றேன் கேளுங்கள். அண்டஜம், யோனிஜம், ஜலஜம், பீஜம் எனும் 4 விதமான பிறவிகளில் 84,000 யோனிகளில் பிறக்கும் பிறப்புகளிலேயே பெருமை வாய்ந்ததும் உத்தமமானதும் மனித பிறவி. அந்த மனித பிறவியிலும் பலமுறை பிறந்து உழன்று அரசியல், பொருளாதாரம், சுகபோகம், தர்மம், அர்த்தம், காமம் எனும் ஆசைகள், துக்கங்கள், அச்சங்கள் அனைத்திலும் அழன்று உழன்று இனி வேண்டாம் இப்பிறவி, வேண்டுவது மோட்சமே என்று முடிவெடுத்தோர்க்கு மட்டுமே ஹிந்து மத யோனிஜம், ஹிந்து பெற்றோர்க்கு பிறந்திடும் சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம யோனிஜம், மனித பிறவி உத்தமம், சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம மனித பிறவி உத்தமோத்தமம். இந்த உத்தமோத்தம பிறவி எடுத்த எல்லோருக்கும் ஜீவன் முக்த விஞ்ஞானத்தையும் சனாதன தர்மத்தையும் காக்கின்ற கடமையும் உண்டு. அதனால் வருகின்ற நன்மையெல்லாம் அனுபவிக்கும் உரிமையும் உண்டு. இந்த கடமையை செய்வோம் என்று சத்தியம் செய்ததனால்தான் அந்த உரிமை அளிக்கப்பட்டது. பூமிக்கு வந்தபின் மனம் மயங்கி மதிமயங்கி சனாதன தர்மம் காக்க மறந்ததனால் மாயை அவர்கள் உயிரை பறிக்கின்றாள். நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். உயிரை கொடுத்தாலும் தர்மத்தை காப்போம் என்று உறுதி எடுத்தவர்க்கே சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம யோனிஜம் அளிக்கின்றேன் யான். உடல் பெற்ற பிறகு ஊழிப் பெருவலியால் ஆசை அச்சங்களை உதறவிடாது, உதறியும் விடாது சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்மம் காக்க மறந்தோரை உயிர் வாழத் தகுதியில்லாதவர் பட்டியலில் உடனடியாய் மாயை சேர்க்கின்றாள். அதனால் ராட்சசர்களும் அசுரர்களும் தானாகவே இவர்கள் உயிரை எடுக்கின்றார். நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். உயிரை கொடுத்தாலும் தர்மம் காப்போம் என்று நிற்பவர்க்கு நிலைத்திடும் வீரஸ்வர்க்கமும் கைலாச பதவியும், எக்காரணம் கொண்டும் தர்மம் காக்க மறந்த உத்தமோத்தம ஜனனமான சனாதன ஹிந்து ஜனனம் பெற்ற மக்களுக்கு இல்லை வேறு கதி. சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம மனித ஜனனம் உத்தமோத்தம மனித ஜனனம். உங்கள் உரிமை உலகில் அதிகம், உங்களுக்கு கடமையும் உலகில் பெரிது. தர்மம் காத்தாலே கடமை, தர்மம் காக்காதார்க்கு உயிர் வாழும் உரிமை இல்லை. நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். உத்தமோத்தம பிறவியான சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம பிறவி எடுத்த எல்லோரும் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். உங்கள் வாழ்வின் முதற்கடமை தர்மம் காத்தல். தர்மம் காக்க தர்மம் உங்களை காக்கும். சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்மம் காக்க மறந்திட்டால் வாழும் உரிமையை நீங்கள் இழந்து விடுகின்றீர்கள். அதற்கு மேல் வாழ்ந்தென்ன அழிந்தென்ன? பூமிக்கு பாரம் குறையட்டும் என்று அசுரர்களும் ராட்சதர்களும் உங்களை உண்டு தீர்க்கின்றார்கள். அதையும் மாயை கண்டு சும்மாவிருப்பாள். பிரபஞ்ச ரகசியத்தை, பிறவியின் ரகசியத்தை உலகிற்கெல்லாம் உத்தரமாய்ச் சொல்லிவிட்டேன். புரிந்து வாழ்வில் நடந்து உயிரை பத்திரமாய் பார்த்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். அன்னை சொல்லும் அருள் சத்தியம் இது. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
Yes. Now let us look at the translation of Devi Parashakti's revelation. Listen, Andajam, Yonijam, Jalajam, Bijam, like this in 4 types of births in 84 lakh yonis. In all these births, the most greatest birth of them all is the human birth. Even in that human birth, being born and toiled many times after getting burnt and toiled in politics and finance, in luxuries, in dharma, artha, kama. And those who decide of not wanting this birth, wanting only moksha, only those will have the Hindu dharma yonijam, the Sanatana Hindu dharma yonijam of being born to Hindu parents. Human birth is uttamam, the best. And Sanatana Hindu dharma human birth is uttamottamam, the best of the best. Everyone who took this uttamottama birth has the responsibility of protecting the science of living enlightenment and Sanatana dharma. And also they have the right of experiencing its benefits. This right was given to them because of their commitment given by them to do this responsibility. And after coming to Bhuloka, by getting mentally deluded and forgetting the dharma of protecting Sanatana dharma, Maya, she is taking away all their souls. Understand carefully. I am giving the Sanatana Hindu dharma yonijam only for those who gave the commitment of protecting Sanatana dharma, even by giving their life. And after getting the body, because of painful delusion, not dropping fear and greed, for those who forgot to protect Sanatana Hindu dharma, Maya, she will immediately add them all to the list of those who are not worthy of living. Therefore, Rakshasas and Asuras are automatically taking away their life. Understand properly. For those who stand that even by giving their life, they will protect Dharma, will permanently have Virasvarga and Kailasa Padavi. For any reason, people who forgot to protect Dharma, having Uttamottama birth of Sanatana Hindu birth, there is no other way for them. Sanatana Hindu Dharma birth is Uttamottama human birth. Your rights in this world are immense, and also your responsibility in this world is large. Protecting Dharma is responsibility. Those who do not protect Dharma, they do not have the right to live. Understand properly, all those who took the Uttamottama birth, which is Sanatana Hindu Dharma birth, all of you understand. The first responsibility of your life is protecting Dharma. If you protect Dharma, Dharma will protect you. If you forget to protect Sanatana Hindu Dharma, you lose the right of living. After that, what bothers whether you live or get destroyed? Asuras and Rakshasas will eat you, so that the burden on earth is reduced. Seeing that, Maya, she will keep quiet. So Devi Parashakti has revealed that Hindu birth, the being born to Hindu birth, parents is the best of the best births, the Uttamottama birth. And we have been given this birth as because we have committed to take the responsibility to protect Dharma, to protect Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and protect this science of living enlightenment. So now let us understand more about the responsibility of Hindus and why we need a Hindu nation. Hinduism represents the world's most ancient yet progressive indigenous spiritual tradition. It is an open framework model of civilization that stands for global peace, vegetarianism, nonviolence, yoga, worship of nature, temple based living, manifesting spiritual powers, and the inherent divinity of every being. And the Hindu nations were ecosystems where more and more enlightened beings could be produced, so that enlightened civilization could be lit alive and its great gifts shared with the world. So now let's look at some of the references of Hindu nations from our Hindu scriptures. The Hindu nation ruled by Bhagavan Rama, the Rama Rajya, was one of the greatest Hindu nations that we have heard of. And in the Valmiki Ramayana, it's described in Valmiki Ramayana, it describes the Rama Rajya. There was no widows to lament, nor there was any danger from wild animals, nor any fear born of diseases. The world was bereft of thieves and robberies. No one felt worthless, nor did old people perform obsequies concerning youngsters. Every creature felt pleased. Everyone was intent on virtue, turning their eyes towards Rama alone. Creatures did not kill one another. And the description continues on. People survived for thousands of years with thousands of their progeny, all free of illness and grief. The trees there were bearing flowers and fruit regularly without any injury from pests or insects. The clouds were raining in time, and the wind was delightful to the touch. Every caste was performing their own duties, satisfied with their own work and bereft of any greed. People were intent on virtue and lived without telling lies. All the people were endowed with excellent characteristics. All were engaged in virtue. And one of the other famous Hindu kingdoms was the Hastinapur kingdom, ruled by Yudhishthira, and it's infamous for its prosperity and wealth and the abundance of every citizen. In the Srimad Mahabharata, it describes Devas granted rains to fulfill all wants. The world became free of all diseases. There was no hunger or thirst anywhere. There was no mental suffering. Those without livelihood were given livelihood, and there was abundance all around. There was no worldly worries left for anyone, and there was no cause for fear either. Happiness on earth was in fact even greater than in the heavens. You can see that our Hindu kingdoms that were ruled by Hindu principles had so much of prosperity and abundance for every citizen from all classes and creeds. And this was because of the Hindu scriptures, our Hindu principles that were used to govern these ecosystems. And the Hindu nation whether in the fields of enlightenment, health, medicine, art, science, technology, aviation, dance and music, clothes and jewelry, social systems, judicial systems, political systems, and legal systems, Hindu nations contributed in every single field and gave breakthroughs in every field. So let us understand now how our Hindu nations were destroyed. Over the course of 1,000 years, we have seen multiple phases of invasion and destruction where we had 56 nations, Hindu nations once, and now we've been reduced to only one, which is Kailasa. Now let us understand the history of the destruction of our Hindu civilization. The first phase of the destruction of the Hindu civilization were the Islamic invasions, which happened between 800 and 1700 AD. This was the physical destruction of our Hindu civilization. And Will Durant, a famous historian, has described the Mohammedan conquest of India is probably the bloodiest story in history. The Islamic historians and scholars have just recorded with great glee and pride the slaughters of Hindus and forced conversions, abduction of Hindu women and children to slave markets, and the destruction of temples carried out by the warriors of Islam during 800 to 1700 AD. Millions of Hindus were converted to Islam by sword, and during this period, millions more were raped and murdered and dismembered. The Islamic law prescribed for Hindus, as conveyed by Khilji, has described that Hindus are like mud. If silver is demanded from them, they must, with greatest humility, offer gold. If a Mohammedan desires to spit into a Hindu's mouth, the Hindu should open it wide for that purpose. God created Hindus to be slaves to the Mohammedans, and the Prophet hath ordained that if the Hindus do not accept him, they should be imprisoned, tortured, and finally put to death, and their property confiscated. To keep Hindus in abasement is especially a religious duty because they are the most inveterate enemies of the Prophet. You can see from these descriptions how barbaric this invasion was, how it physically destroyed the Hindu civilization. The next phase of the destruction of the Hindu civilization, and during the Islamic invasions, over 200 million Hindus were slaughtered by the Muslim invaders. Over 100,000 Hindu temples were destroyed, and over 1 million deities and scriptures were destroyed. And it was described that the conquering armies burnt villages, devastated the land, plundered people's wealth, took Brahmins and children and women of all classes captive, flagged them with thongs of rawhide, and carried a moving prison with them, and converted the prisoners into obsequious Turks. So you can see just from these numbers how destructive, how barbaric these invasions were. And this saw the physical destruction of the Hindu civilization. The next phase was the psychological destruction of the Hindu civilization, which was the British occupation between 1700 and 1947 AD. This was the economic and psychological destruction of the Hindu civilization. So after being physically assaulted and weakened, the British invaded and destroyed the Hindu population economically and psychologically. Will Durant has described, I have seen a great people starving to death before my eyes, and I'm convinced that this exhaustion and starvation are due not, as their beneficiaries claim, to overpopulation and superstition, but to the most sordid and criminal exploitation of one nation by another in all recorded history. And during the British occupation, the British Empire used all possible means to destroy the Hindu civil and cultural institutions in order to delegitimize and demoralize the indigenous people of India so that they would become slaves in their own homeland. This included discriminatory laws to instill feelings of inferiority, engineering artificial famines to starve the natives into submission, annexing Hindu kingdoms to undermine the native rule, mistranslating Hindu scriptures to instill anti-Hindu narratives, destroying the indigenous Gurukul education system, which was the backbone of the Hindu civilization, and destroying local industries and forced importation of British goods, and banning Indians from owning any firearms or producing any firearms. And during the British occupation, over $45 trillion was looted from India over the course of 200 years, and over 45 million Hindus were put to death due to artificial famines and imposed poverty by the British policies, and over 680 native kingdoms were usurped by the British Raj. And Shashi Tharoor of the Indian Parliament has described that the British came to one of the richest countries of the world, and over 200 years of exploitation, looting, and destruction have reduced it to a poster child of third world poverty. And the next phase was the secularization of India, which happened after the independence of India from 1947 till present day. And this has been ruled by brown faces, British attitudes and policies towards Hindus. And Nehru, the first Prime Minister of India, one of the first leaders of the free so-called secular India, has described what a disgusting, savage people we are. Politics, progress, socialism, communism, science. Where are they before the black religious savagery? India can never be a Hindu republic. And B.R. Ambedkar has described, who was the first law minister and principal architect of India, of the Indian Constitution, has described, if Hindu Raj does become a fact, it will no doubt be the greatest calamity for this country. No matter what the Hindus say, Hinduism is a menace to liberty, equality, and fraternity. It is incompatible with democracy. Hindu Raj must be prevented at any cost. And despite India being secular or so-called secular, you can see that this ecosystem was clearly anti-Hindu. The primary rulers, the first rulers, the leaders of the so-called free secular India had completely discriminatory ideas and prejudice against the Hindu population. And the modern Indian legal system, academia, and media all systematically undermine, suppress, and delegitimize Hindu institutions and culture. India's constitution has, and they have done this through various ways. India's constitution has established government control and taxation over Hindu temples, schools, and other institutions, while other religions still remain free from this interference. And Articles 26 through 30 of the Indian Constitution discriminates directly against Hindus by giving special rights and benefits to non-Hindus. And this includes government benefits as well as scholarship and more. And Hindu kingdoms and self-governance has been abolished in the secular India, and anti-superstition laws have been passed to criminalize Hindu practices and rituals. And mainstream Indian academia have described Hindus as sexist, racist, backwards, and oppressors. And these negative media portrayals have been shown in Bollywood as well as TV. And media narratives have been used to stereotype and demoralize Hindus. Bollywood and other mainstream media outlets consistently portray Hindus and Hindu gods and gurus as cartoonish, dishonest, corrupt, sex fiends, and in a manner similar to the British imperial propaganda. Media narratives are used to shape human consciousness and further political agenda. Racist British colonial stereotypes portraying Hindus as superstitious, backwards, dishonest, corrupt, and are perpetuated by their British brown successors in modern day India, completely unabated. You can see some of the examples of media portrayals of Hindus and Hindu gods in these photos here. So now we've understood how the Hindu civilization has been destroyed over the course of the past 1,000 years. Now let's understand why we need the revival of Hindu nation. As Devi Parashakti has described, it is our responsibility as born Hindus, practicing Hindus, to protect Sanatana Hindu Dharma. That is why we were given this birth of Sanatana Hindu birth. How can we do this? It is only through the revival of Hindu nation. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has described the vision for the Hindu civilization. During the time of the Mahabharata, Hindus had 56 deshas, 200 states, 1,700 samsthanas, and 10,000 sampradayas. And all 56 we Hindus are persecuted. Now we have lost all of the 56. The last to fall was Nepal. I am the collective voice of all the persecuted Hindus. I will revive and rebuild a Hindu nation built on the Vedagamic principles as a refuge for all practicing and aspiring Hindus, a safe haven for all the persecuted Hindus. And so what is Kailasa? this revival of Kailasa, the Hindu nation, is for reviving this whole life of enlightened civilization and all the great gifts it has to offer to the world, bringing legitimacy to all the offerings Sanatana Hindu Dharma has, and sharing it with the world is the purpose of this Kailasa, the Hindu nation. And Kailasa is the revival of the cosmic constitution. Kailasa is the model nation of how enlightened civilization should be living and administered. Politics, judiciary, education, economy, everything will be revived as Paramashiva revealed in the Vedagamas, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma scriptures. Being one of the most persecuted civilizations, Hinduism is on the brink of extinction, such that the next generation may know about Hinduism only through our history books, which is because Hindus have forgotten the responsibility we have taken as we were gifted this Hindu birth. We've forgotten this responsibility as Devi Parashakti has described. So what can we do to stand up for Hinduism now, the Hindu civilization, and all that it has offered to the world? Today, Hinduism is a political orphan. The preservation and restoration of Hinduism's spiritual and cultural heritage is impossible without a national identity. So what can we do to save Hinduism? Let us reclaim our Hindu identity. As Devi Parashakti has described, we were given this birth, this Hindu birth, to protect Sanatana Hindu Dharma and to enjoy all the great gifts it has to offer to the world. We need to understand that Hinduism is responsible for our successful life. If you are a Hindu and you are wealthy, healthy, rich, successful, peaceful, happy, respectable, have a stable family life, and have the best mental setup, you need to understand that Hinduism is responsible. Your Hindu identity is responsible. The Hindu scriptures are responsible. It is the Hindu scriptures which have given us the best mental setup and all the best things we Hindus have. Our Hindu scriptures are responsible for this. And Hindus are among the richest and most successful ethnic communities in the world. Hindu scriptures, Hindu lifestyle, our enlightened masters are responsible for this. The Hindu thought currents are responsible for this. And in the Hindustan Times, it was reported that Hindus are the most educated religious group in the US, according to Pew study reports. So let us now reclaim our Hindu identity. We need to understand it is not just the anti-Hindu elements being active. It is the responsible Hindus being inactive that is responsible for this whole destruction of Hinduism. As Devi explained, as Devi revealed, we were specifically given this Hindu birth, the Uttamottama birth, because we have taken the responsibility of protecting Sanatana Hindu Dharma. However, we have forgotten this responsibility that we have taken. So let us now take this responsibility again for Hinduism, and let all the Hindus all over the world reclaim our Hindu identity, reclaim the reason that we were given this Uttamottama birth of Sanatana Hindu birth. Let us understand now what is the responsibility of Hindus as revealed by Devi Parashakti. It is the responsibility of Hindus to revive this enlightened civilization again and again, and give all the gifts of the enlightened civilization to humanity. The revival of the enlightened civilization, this Kailasa, the Hindu nation, is the survival need of humanity. We can move to the next slide, please. So this is an invitation to all the Hindus out there. We are inviting all the Hindus, the born Hindus, the practicing Hindus, those who are sympathetic towards Hinduism, those who are curious about Hinduism, those who want to explore and enjoy Hinduism. Please come and be a part of this revival. You can sign up to become an e-citizen of Kailasa, an e-Kailasian, by visiting kailasa.org and signing up to be an e-citizen. Enjoy all of the benefits that Hinduism has offered to the world and share it with the world and protect all that Hinduism has to offer to the world. You can sign up today to be a part of this whole revival of Kailasa, this revival of the Hindu civilization. So now let us listen to what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed as the need of the Hindu civilization for humanity, why we need Kailasa. Let us now watch this video.
Contribution. Hinduism, Veda Agamas have great things to contribute to the world. Like the great power manifestation science, the ancient culture and arts, the ancient lifestyle truths, the ancient medical practices and medicinal knowledge, the ancient indigenous cultural heritage and jewelry, perfume, dance, music, in every level, Hinduism has so much to contribute. Veda Agamic traditions have so much to contribute. To share all this with the world, to contribute to the world. Hindus need to tell the world what they are contributing in every level. The brand of Hinduism itself is enriching and empowering and enlightening. Hinduism is all about enlightening the world. Empowering, enlightening, enriching the world. Contributing. That is our spiritual life. That is our spiritual strength. That is our spiritual core principle. O humanity, I request you with folded hands, some one corner of the world, if you just give me few hundred acres, I will keep this whole science alive. Leave it for the whole humanity freely. Fortunately, Paramashiva has given me the power to decode all this Hindu medicinal system, Hindu judiciary system, Hindu social law and order system, Hindu power manifestation system, Hindu mental sciences system, Hindu yogic sciences, the sciences of Hindu biology, Hindu physics, Hindu psychology, Hindu physiology, Hindu chemistry, all this Paramashiva has given me the power to decode. Whatever the remaining scriptures are available with the humanity, Paramashiva has blessed me, and I have collected, not only I have collected and organized, I can decode. This whole science can be kept alive in any one corner of the world. Just few hundred acres are given for me to live peacefully and exist peacefully. I can store this whole thing alive and contribute it to humanity. humanity can become better and better and better, I can make the planet Earth so much better place to live. I am here to contribute, and I will continue to contribute. As long as I am allowed to live, I will contribute. I have collected all the remaining available scriptures, maybe 2 crore books. 2 crore means 20 million, I think, books on Hindu physics, Hindu chemistry, Hindu biology, Hindu physiology, Hindu psychology, Hindu law and order, Hindu social system, the power manifestation sciences of Hinduism, yogic sciences of Hinduism. I have collected, and Paramashiva has given me the blessings and power to decode. I have decoded and continuing to decode them. If the humanity, somebody is kind enough to give me few hundred acres in one corner of the world and let me live peacefully, I can keep all the scriptures there and go on sharing with the world, revealing these whole sciences to the world, and go on contributing. I don't need anything other than 1 cup of curd rice every day. That's all. A cup of curd rice per day over. I can go on be giving this to the world. I can add to the world. I can make the world better place to live. That's all I have to say. Thousands of medicines are described detail in ancient Siddha and Ayurvedic scriptures. Paramashiva has given me the power to decode them, read them, and properly translate and map them to the modern day human language. And I am ready to work 20 hours a day. I just need few hundred acres where I can sit peacefully and keep this library, run a Gurukul where thousands of people can learn this and share it with the world. Understand? I am only interested in contributing. If we can decode all this great knowledge, whole world can prosper from this knowledge. Whole world can enjoy from this knowledge. If I prosper, I will only create a university. I will not create anything else. If the Hindus prosper, they will only create education institutions. Because Hinduism is all about giving, contributing. If I prosper, I'll create university, that's all. Kailasa is all about university, to decode the ancient sciences and share with the world. Understand? Every day I am sitting and going on decoding, writing notes on my books and writing details on my books, whether it is making human beings manifest powers, and I have also now started downloading and decoding the science of making animals manifest powers, whether making people manifest powers or healing. In every level, life is all about contribution, contribution, contribution.
Yes. Now that we've understood the responsibility of Hindus as explained by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, you can go ahead and sign up to become an e-citizen of Kailasa and fulfill the responsibility that you have taken as a born Hindu, as someone who's practicing Hinduism, and be a part of this revival of this whole Hindu nation, and be a part of Kailasa. So you can visit kailasa.org to sign up today. So with this, we will be concluding this portion of the program. I'll be entering into the next segment, where we will be understanding some of the various offerings that we can make to Devi Parashakti. As all of us know, Devi has been continuously blessing us and guiding us during this time, during this Kalaya, during this pandemic. And she's been guiding us, revealing, healing us completely from the suffering, and ensuring that we are protected during this time. So if you're just overflowing with gratitude for your cosmic mother, for the happening of Swamiji as Devi Parashakti in your life, you can stay tuned for this next segment and understand some of the various offerings that you can make to Swamiji, to Devi Parashakti.
Nityananda. Yes, now let's get into the segment where we'll be understanding the various offerings, the traditional offerings that we can make to Devi Parashakti as we get ready to receive her darshan and blessings today. In the Hindu tradition, the offering of the gift to the divine is an expression of pure sacred sentiments. It's an expression of the love, devotion, and gratitude of the devotee to the divine as they prepare to receive the darshan of the divine. And the custom says, the tradition says that when we visit a temple for the darshan of the divine, when we visit a guru, we never go empty handed. We always take a token of our gratitude, our love and devotion, which we offer at the feet of the divine. And these offerings are not made out of fear or greed. It is a pure expression of love, gratitude, and devotion, the oneness with the divine. And when an avatar lands, the offerings are purely a part of the grand Leela laid out for the purpose of enlightenment. And as we get ready with the traditional offerings for Devi Parashakti, let us contemplate on this beautiful description of the grace and splendor of Devi Parashakti. This Dhyana Shloka from the Moola Agam, Manonmani Dhyana, describes Devi Parashakti. It says, Induni bhaveda karavani nayanam syat pankajavara japakshara sarayuktam angahimabhushana vichitra vasanam syat tungamakutojvala manonmani swarupam. And the translation of this verse, It says, moonlight face, holding Veda books on hand, fire in eyes, with lotus flower, gracing and blessing hands, and one hand with Japamala, beautifully decorated with jeweled ornaments in wonderful clothes and shining crown. Her name is Manonmani. And another verse which describes Devi Parashakti, again from the Mula Agama, Manonmani Dhyana. This verse describes ध्यायेत् देवीं त्रिनेत्रां शशिनिभवदनां वेदहस्तां दधानां सव्ये पद्मां वरदमपरे चाभयं चाक्षमालां दिव्यैराभरणैर्विभूषिततनुं ब्रह्मादिभिः पूजितां देवीमेव मनोन्मणिं प्रतिदिनं कामार्थदात्रीं शुभाम्. And the translation for this verse. I meditate on Devi with 3 eyes, glowing like a moon and holding the Veda, lotus, and gracing with blessing and gracing hands. She is wearing beautiful ornaments. She is worshipped by Brahma and other many gods and showers auspicious boons for all actions every day. And in the Hindu tradition, the divine element of gold is mentioned in all of our scriptures and is used in abundance in all of the offerings for the divine, in the worship of the divine, and in the temples, the decorations, and the many sacred rituals. So let us look at this, the scriptural reference from Atharva Veda, which describes the significance of the divine element of gold. And this verse describes त्रेधाजतं जन्मनेदं हिरण्यम् अग्निरेकं प्रियतमां बभूव सोमस्यैक्यं इंसितस्य परपतता आपमेकं वेदसंरेता अहुतत्ते हिरण्यं त्रिविधस्त्वै विषे. The translation of this verse: triply born by birth is this gold, from the atoms of Agni is one. It becomes dearest to Agni. One fell away from the Soma when it was heard. One they call the seed of virtuous and powerful Apa, the water in molecules. Let that triple gold be for your long life. The gold is a divine element in the Hindu tradition. It purifies anything it touches. It is an element of great spiritual significance and spiritual power, of healing and enlightening. The vibration of gold has the power to infuse sattva energy and positive thought currents in anyone who wears it and in anyone who sees or operates in its vicinity. Gold is present in all the Hindu scriptures, the Agamas, Vedas, Shrutis, Smritis, Itihasas, Puranas. In all the Hindu scriptures, it is abundantly displayed that gold is the most auspicious and purest metal which purifies our being. In the Hindu civilization, everything was built in gold, exchanged in gold. Ritual feasts were offered in gold bricks. When one was to be saved from life-threatening illnesses, gold was offered as a ritual fee. Gold was in abundance and used for weighing equivalent amounts of commodities, including cows. Kingdoms were built with huge doors of gold. The streets would have huge columns and huge archways made of gold. The horses and cows were dressed in gold. And Hindu civilization thrived on the banks of rivers of gold. The Indus River was called Hiranmaya, the river of gold in Rig Veda. The river Saraswati was called Hiranyavartini in Atharva Veda. Gold is the supreme element for offering gifts to the ones you love and revere. Temples are constructed and paved in gold. Deities are made in gold and decked and adorned in gold because it preserves the enlightenment energy for thousands of years and it lasts forever. And the various offerings to Devi Parashakti, the traditional offerings that we can make to Devi Parashakti today on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. So let us now take a look at these various traditional offerings that can be made. And the first offering is the offering of the E-Hindi. just as you have the hundi in any traditional temple, where the devotees can offer any token of gratitude of their choice as they receive the darshan of the divine. So also you have the e-hundi offerings, where you can make any offering in multiple currencies and in any amount that you would wish to offer as you receive the darshan of Devi Parashakti today. So let us see the verses that describes Devi's love for true devotion. This verse says, Bhakti Priya Bhakti Gamya Bhakti Vashya Bhayapaha Shambhavi Sharada Radhya Sharvani Sharmadhaini. The translation of this verse, it says, Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion and she removes all fear. If there's any fear in the minds of the devotee, Devi is sure to remove that fear. It is stated that Devi likes to be worshipped in autumn. Here it is meant the autumn of our lives, when our thoughts turn more and more inwards. The role of the divine is known and understood clearly, and the need for Devi worship becomes stronger. Shambhavi is the consort of Shambhu, Lord Shiva. Sharadaradhya is the one who is worshipped by Devi Sharada herself, Devi Saraswati. And Sharvani is the wife of Lord Shiva. The Linga Purana says Lord Shiva is called Sharva in his earth form. Sharmadayini is Devi who bestows happiness on devotees. And you can offer your gratitude and devotion to Devi Parashakti by offering your kanika, your token of gratitude in the e-hundi offerings, and receive the grace and blessings of Devi Parashakti in all aspects of your life. So you can make these e-hundi offerings on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas, and you can make this offering in multiple currencies and in any amount of your choice. And the next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Sankalpa chanting, the conscious resolution. And in the Devi Mahatmyam, chapter 12, verse 34, it describes that the goddess enchants this universe and she herself gives birth to this universe. That goddess, being prayed without interest in anything, gives that knowledge that leads to salvation and gives wealth in the materialistic sense. And you can make this offering of the conscious resolution, the Sankalpa, and Devi showers her blessings for the fruition of all the desires and wishes of the devotee. So you can make this offering on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. The next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Sahasranama Swarnakasu. And this is the offering of the pure gold coin inscribed with one of the 1008 sacred names of Devi Parashakti. Devi is described as Nama Parayana Prita, she who likes the repetition of her various names. And this offering of the Sahasranama Swarnakasu, the pure gold coin inscribed with one of the 1008 sacred names of Devi Parashakti. This is a very special and unique archana offered to the Mahameru of Devi Parashakti, and we can make this offering devas, and this can offer any number of coins as you wish to offer. And the next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Mukta Anguti, the gold finger ring embedded with pearl. And Devi is described as the one who is adorned with pearl. So let us look at this verse which describes Devi's beauty and splendor and how she is adorned with pearls and gems. This verse describes Muktahara lasat kirita ruchiram punendu prabham shinjanno purakinkini manidharam padma prabhabhasuram sarvabhita palapradam girisutam vani rama sevitam meenakshim pranatosmi santatamaham karunyavaram nidhim. The translation of this verse: I bow to the goddess Meenakshi, whose crown has garlands of pearls and the face shining like a full moon, who wears anklets that are studded with gemstones and has small bells, who is shining like the splendor of lotus, who grants all the wishes, the daughter of the mountain, who is worshipped by goddesses Vani and Rama. I remain ever bowing to the goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion. And you can make this offering of the pearl finger ring, the gold ring embedded with pearl, and receive the blessings to be showered by the compassion and pure love of Devi Parashakti in all of your business endeavors. So you can make this offering of the Mukta Anguti on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas, and you can make this offering in 3 different sizes. And you can offer the pearl finger ring with a gold finger ring embedded with pearl, the Mukta Anguti, to Devi Parashakti. The next offering is the Swarna Padma Pushpa, the gold lotus flower. This verse from Kamika Agama describes one of the significance of the gold lotus in the worship of the divine. This verse says, Ashtavidyeshwaropeta kumbha varana samyutam sarve sasutra vastradhya hema pankaja bhushitaha sapidhanasya chakurascha pakva bilva pala prabha snapanadhyaya samsiddha pramanena samanvitaha. The translation of this verse: it says, all the kalashas should be wound around with suitable thread and covered with new cloth. They should be adorned with a lotus flower made of gold. And there are hundreds of scriptural references in the Hindu tradition for using the lotus in the worship of Paramashiva. Almost everything in the worship of the ultimate involving the consecration of deities of worship, or meditating on the mudras and asanas used during worship, involves the lotus flower, the lotus leaf, the lotus pericarp, the lotus petals. The lotus is a divine flower in the Hindu tradition. The Shakti of Paramashiva is also called as the lotus. The base of the Paramashiva linga is a lotus. The disciple of Paramashiva is also considered a lotus, one who is about to bloom. You can make this offering of the gold lotus in any of 3 different sizes and be blessed to have the state, space, powers and being of Devi Parashakti in your inner space amidst any and every adverse situations in life. So you can make this offering of the gold lotus, the Swarna Padma Pushpa, on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. And the next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Swarna Metti, the gold touring. And this verse from the Saundarya Lahari describes the beautiful lotus feet of Devi Parashakti. It says, Nakadhiti Sanchanna namajjanatamo guna padadvaya prabhajala parakrita saroruha. The translation for this verse, it says, "You whose brightness from the toenails destroy the darkness of ignorance from the minds of your devotees who prostrated your feet. You whose brightness from your 2 feet overpowers that of the lotus flower too." And you can make this offering of the Swarna Metti, the gold flooring, to Devi Parashakti, to adorn her sacred lotus feet, and to be in constant gratitude for receiving her blessings in even the most difficult aspects of life. So you can make this offering on the website www.kailasamela.com/sevas. The next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Swarna Mangtika, the gold hairline jewelry. Devi is described as Sudha Sharadhivashini, she who makes the nectar flow in all our nerves from the Sahasrara. That is, she who gives the very pleasant experience of the ultimate. The Swarna Mangtika represents the nectar overflowing from the Sahasrara Chakra, which is fully opened with the sacred sentiment of gratitude. And you can make this offering of the Swarna Mangtika, the gold hairline jewelry, to Devi Parashakti, and receive the blessings of achieving the blissful state of overflowing gratitude and the space of complete completion. And you can make this offering on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. The next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Pratyaksha Puja. And this verse from the Saundarya Lahari, Shloka 83, describes that the toenails of Devi Parashakti have been sharpened by constantly being touched by the crowns of the celestial beings who always prostrate before Devi. And Tamoguna is darkness, and in this stotram, Tamas is indicative of the ignorance in the minds of the devotees. And by constantly prostrating before the Parashakti, their ignorance is removed and they attain the ultimate knowledge. So you can make this offering of the Pratyaksha Puja, the most sacred ritualistic offering of gratitude from disciple to Guru. And you can make this offering of the Pratyaksha Puja and be blessed with all the auspiciousness and blessings from Devi Parashakti and from the Nijavatara of Devi Parashakti, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. You can make this offering on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. And the next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Vastra Seva, the offering of the sacred cloth. And this is a traditional offering that is made as a token of gratitude for the constant protection of the divine in our lives. So you can make this offering of the Vastra Seva, the sacred cloth, and Devi always showers and blesses with all the compassion, all the auspiciousness and blessings. And we also have the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. You can make this offering of the Vastra Seva, the sacred cloth, and you can register for this offering on the website www.kailasamela.com/sevas. So here you can see a summary of the various traditional offerings that can be made on the website www.kailasamela.com/sevas. And these are the traditional offerings that can be made to Devi Parashakti today as you get ready to receive her darshan and blessings. So the e-Hundi offering can be made in multiple currencies and in any amount of your choice. the Sankalpa chanting, the offering of the conscious resolution. You can sign up for this offering on the website. The Devi Sahasranama Kasu is the offering of the pure gold coin inscribed with one of the 1008 sacred names of Devi Parashakti. And this offering can be made in 3 different denominations and any number of coins as you wish to offer. The Mukta Anguti is the offering of the gold finger ring embedded with pearl, and this offering can be made in 3 different sizes. The Swarna Padma Pushpa is the offering of the gold lotus flower, and this offering can also be made in 3 different sizes. The Swarna Metti is the offering of the gold toe ring to adorn the sacred lotus feet of Devi Parashakti. The Swarna Mangtika is the gold hairline jewelry that represents the overflowing nectar of gratitude from the Sahasrara Chakra. The Pratyaksha Pada Puja is the offering of the sacred ritualistic offering of gratitude from disciple to Guru. And the Vastra Seva is the offering of the sacred cloth to Devi Parashakti. So you can make all these traditional offerings on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. So here you can see the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. And as you scroll down, you can make the offerings on the links on step 2. So for the E-Hundi offerings, you can click on the link on step 2 for E-Hundi. And for the traditional offerings of ornaments or sevas, you can click on the link on step 2 for the traditional offerings. And if you would like to make an intention to make an offering and receive the blessings of Devi Parashakti, to manifest your intention into reality, you can also submit the form on step 1. You can submit the intention form on step 1. And if you've made your traditional offerings to Devi Parashakti and would also like to submit a prayer, a sankalpa for yourself and your family members, you can fill in the form, the sankalpa form on step 3. You can click on the link on step 3 and fill in the details of your sankalpa. And here you have the link to the E-Hundi, where you can make your E-Hundi offerings in multiple currencies: US dollars, Australian dollars, New Zealand dollars, Canadian dollars, euros, Indian rupees, Singaporean dollars, Malaysian ringgits, Great Britain pound, and the Chinese yen. And you can make the offerings in any amount of your choice. And if you'd like to make the traditional offerings of ornaments or sevas, you can visit this page where you can make the offerings of the Devi Sahasranama Swarnakasu, the Sankalpa chanting, the conscious resolution, and you can make the offerings of the pure gold coin, the Mukta Anguti, the Swarna Padma Pushpa, the gold lotus flower, the Swarna Metti, the gold toe ring for Devi Parashakti, the Swarna Mangtika, the gold hairline jewelry, the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, the Vastra Seva, and all of the traditional offerings to Devi Parashakti can be made on this website. And the link to the website is www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. So you can make all of the traditional offerings to Devi Parashakti as you get ready to receive her darshan today. And with that, now we'll be moving to the next segment, where we'll be learning more about the various facilities being made available for the well-being of humanity, for the care and well-being of humanity during these times of the pandemic. And these facilities are being made available to all of humanity as per the guidance of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and it is being made available at the de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa. So let us learn more about this care and protection being made available for all of humanity during these times when the human society is in great need of this protection. So let us now move to the next segment where we'll be learning more about these contributions of Kailasas, the de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasas, guided by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself.
we get you health, we get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life, we get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become E-Kailasians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
E-Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. E-Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you, and make you interested in enlightenment science. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost. What I mean by the word E-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is E-Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world. All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. This is a fundamental truth. Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystems. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. You will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being, Paramashivam. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivam will reach you with enlightenment signs. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become E-Kailasians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
E-Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. E-Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you, and make you interested in enlightenment science. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost. What I mean by the word E-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is E-Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world.
Paraprima, she has to put mute there. I can't be. After I leave this, 6 o'clock. Okay. Nityanandam, welcome back to this segment of the Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies, Kailasa's COVID care protection centers. Now, let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nityanandam Paramasugadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasya Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Triguna Rahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nityanandam. So what we learn from the segment today concerning statistics on the mental health and global peace across the world due to COVID-19, not just the physical health, and what are the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's contributions to combat COVID-19 and the global peace, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's spiritual solutions for COVID-19, and Kailasa's COVID care protection centers. The crisis that we are under today around the world are trying to grapple with the grim reality that the pandemic is far from over. The aftermath of the current calamity promises to be much more devastating. The greatest economics of the world are facing disastrous futures. Countries are facing off each other in deep mistrust. Now, let us see some of the statistics and the current news. The record high cases in Australia amid the third wave of COVID-19. Australia reported a new record number of coronavirus cases, which resulted in 2,400 new locally acquired infections reported nationwide recently, and the figures are passing 2,000 in a single day just for the second time. The World Health Organization recently said that the Delta variant of coronavirus has elbowed out all the 3 other COVID-19 variants of concern that now represent the tiny fraction of the samples which are being sequenced. That is less than 1% of alpha, beta, and gamma are currently circulating. It is really predominantly delta around the world. COVID-19 has killed more Americans than the influenza pandemic of 1918 to 19 did. The 1918 to 19 influenza pandemic infected about 25% of Americans and killed an estimated 0.65% with 675,000 deaths. And COVID-19 has infected more than 12% of Americans and killed about 0.2% with 676,000 deaths. Now that the US death toll from COVID-19 has surpassed 676,000, the coronavirus pandemic has killed more Americans than the 1918 to 19 influenza pandemic did. Axios and the Associated Press both reported the grim milestone recently. So now COVID-19 pandemic is now officially US deadliest pandemic as the death toll crosses that of 1918 to 19 influenza pandemic. People infected with the alpha variant exhales 100 times more virus into the air than the original COVID strain. 6 feet distance may not be enough to prevent viral transmission indoors. According to a study, the physical distancing of 2 meters, about 6.5 feet, may not be enough to sufficiently prevent transmission of virus carrying airborne aerosols indoors. According to a study, the results published in the journal Sustainable Cities and Society suggest that the physical distance alone is not enough to prevent human exposure to exhaled aerosols and should be implemented with other control strategies such as masking and adequate ventilation. COVID-19 Delta variant still most concerning, says the World Health Organization's expert. Even with the emergence of the new COVID-19 variant, the Delta strain remains the top concern globally, appearing to outcompete others. In US, the COVID-19 pandemic is nowhere under control, says the Chief Medical Advisor Anthony Fauci. He said, right now we are still in pandemic mode because we have 160,000 infections a day. That's not even modestly in good control. In an interview with Axios, the US has reported 40 million cases of COVID-19 since the outbreak of the virus, with over 4 million infections adding up in the past few weeks. The increase in COVID-19 cases comes as the US administration earlier this month announced that it is planning to provide booster shots of the vaccine as the Delta variant has become dominant in the nation and is wreaking havoc. The surge in Delta variant is driven by the low vaccination coverage in many communities across the US, according to the US Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. In a country of our size, you can't be hanging around and having 100,000 infections a day. You have got to get well below 10,000 before you start feeling comfortable, Mr. Fauci added. COVID-19 made the world less peaceful with the increased violent incidences and fatalities since January 2020. The younger adults are more likely to report symptoms of anxiety and a depressive disorder during the COVID-19 pandemic. Average share of adults reporting symptoms of anxiety disorder and a depressive disorder, what it was in 6 months period of January to June in 6 months period of 2019 was 11%. Now, in just 1 month of January 2021, it rose up to 41.1%. There's some more statistics concerning the same, that the anxiety and depressive disorders during the COVID-19 pandemic showing same that younger adults are reporting more than the older adults. Stress in America and a national mental health crisis. Nearly 8 in 10, which is 78%, say the coronavirus pandemic is a significant source of stress in their life. Nearly 7 in 10, which is 67%, say they have experienced increased stress over the course of the pandemic. More than 60,000 US healthcare workers have contracted COVID-19, 300 have died. Of the health workers who have treated the patients during the China's COVID-19 outbreak, 50% showed signs of depression and 45% showed signs of anxiety. The self-reported mental health among pregnant women and new mothers. Before the COVID-19 pandemic, the depression rate was 15%, and now during this pandemic, the depression rose up to 40.7%. And the anxiety in new mothers and pregnant women was, before the pandemic, was 29%. Now, during the pandemic, it rose up to 72%. Living under stay-at-home orders, 8 in 10 students are struggling with focus on school or work and avoiding distractions. 55% of all students do not know where to go for help for their mental health. Understanding the pandemic's impact on working women, nearly 82% of women surveyed said their lives have been negatively disrupted by the pandemic. Nearly 70% of women who have experienced these disruptions are concerned their career growth may be limited as a result. The global economic outlook during the COVID-19 pandemic, a changed world. The pandemic is expected to plunge most countries into recession, with per capita income contracting in the largest fraction of countries globally since 1870. International Labour Organization, COVID-19 is a threat to peace building in conflict-affected nations. The COVID-19 crisis has worsened already fragile situations. The ILO is more aware than ever of its responsibility to promote peace and resilience in the time of this global pandemic. The Mumbai mayor says the third wave is already here. Breakthrough infections found in 25% of health staff. A new COVID-19 variant Mu shows signs of vaccine resistance. Now, we have seen these statistics and the grim reality that we are under in. Not only COVID-19 pandemic, it's deadliest pandemic declared officially in the United States. It is the physical health, increased fatalities. Concerning statistics, especially on the younger adults, on the mental health, and it is leading to global peace. It's leading to concerning statistics on the state of global peace, affecting the global peace. So how do we cope up with the current COVID-19 pandemic? It is important to address the COVID pandemic, which is seeing another wave, destroying many more lives. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says the pandemic fatigue is setting in as a result of continuous lockdown resulting in delusional ignorance. Holding on to the delusion and supporting this space of delusional decisions leads to delusional arrogance, Trobhava Sankalpa. Continuous lockdown leads to delusional thoughts like, so what, if I die, it's okay. I can't live forever in this lockdown. Going out and then exposing oneself and putting the risk on yourself and others with irresponsibility and insensitivity is the delusional arrogance. The global COVID virus pandemic has left the whole world desperately looking for answers. Life as it had been experienced even back in February 2020 is no longer recognizable. A drastic change is the order of the day, with people having to redefine their world with new paradigms of economy, society, faith, religion, and health. Blessed are those who have had the greatest fortune to be with the incarnation of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in their lives and to carry them through this crisis. If you are in India, join the Kailasa's COVID Care Protection Centers with the link https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. Sustainable developmental goals. Making peace with nature is possible if we start now. Even amid COVID pandemic, 2021 can go down as the year we made peace with nature to set the planet to healing. Our environmental, social, and economic challenges are interlinked. They must be tackled together. For example, we can achieve the sustainable developmental goals, including ending poverty, by 2030 if climate change and ecosystem collapse are undermining food and water supplies in the world's poorest countries. We have no choice but to transform our economics and societies by valuing nature and putting its health at the heart of all our decisions. Now let's watch a small clip on making peace with the nature. The World Health Organization Health and Peace Initiative. Health and peace are interlinked. In the words of the Director General of World Health Organization, Dr. Tedros, there cannot be health without peace, and there cannot be peace without health. United States Institute of Peace. Amid COVID, we need enhanced international coordination to build peace. Tackling the pandemic and building resilience in fragile states requires concerted international action at local, national, and global levels. Stronger health systems and universal health coverage must be a priority. Remarks to the General Assembly special session in response to the COVID-19. For the first time since 1945, the entire world is confronted by a common threat, regardless of nationality, ethnicity, or faith. A new social contract between people, governments, and the private sector, civil society, and more can tackle the roots of inequality with fair taxation on income and wealth, universal benefits, and opportunities for all. Now, let us see what are the contributions of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for the global peace. International peace and security. Vedic tradition beautifully describes Yastu sarvani bhutani atmani ivanu pashyati sarva bhuteshu chatmanam tadona vigugupshate. Verse from Isha Upanishad. Global peace is the byproduct of the individual bliss. Whenever an individual goes through a spiritual bliss, he manifests a beautiful, peaceful life for him and everyone around him. If he is powerful enough, he moves the whole city and manifests peace. He is more powerful, he moves the whole village or whole country. If he is powerful enough, like incarnations, he moves the whole world and manifests peace for them. Individual bliss is the source of for the global peace in the level of Om, the microscopic level Om, or the macroscopic level, whatever level it is. It may be, global peace is the byproduct of the individual bliss. Now, let's watch the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, that self-transformation.
Social answer means I'll tell, oh, you should all work for global peace. You should all work for turning the world. You should work for revolution. You should work for all these, that things. You should vote only the party which says that it will stop the war and all these things. This is the social answer. Nonsense. If you want the honest answer, I tell you, simply transform yourself. You can't do anything. If at all you can do, you would have done it. Be honest. If you can do, you would have done it. You are raising this question because you are not able to do. Am I right? So let us be very clear. Let us be honest. We are not able to do. Socially. That's the truth. That's the reason you are sitting here and raising the question. I tell you, understand few important things. There are a lot more attached to this question. There are many things which is attached to this question. We always feel the present is the world is totally spoiled. It is not going according to the rules or how it is supposed to be. It was wonderful once upon a time. In ancient time, things were going properly. Everything was well and great. And I tell you, 10,000 years ago, they found some writings on stone in Harappa Mohenjo-daro culture. Some stone writings have been discovered. The other day I read a beautiful book about that stone writings. That writings, it says, oh, nowadays the society is not as it should be. So much of war. There is no peace. In the early times, there was so much of peace. Society was really great. Things were as it should be. And it almost looks like a today newspaper editorial. 10,000 years ago, the same thing carved on a stone. Then understand, there was no such time
as only good prevailed. It is just a fantasy. Hinduism, they call it Satya Yuga, the age of truth. There was a time only truth prevailed. And every religion, Christianity, they say the Garden of Adam and Eve. There was a time everything was wonderful. Every religion has got the fantasy. The past was great. There was golden past. Always the idea of golden past exists only in the past. The more you go back, again you say the past was great. And I tell you one thing, it is a wonderful way of postponing the accepting the reality. Otherwise, I can be sure the world was same as it is today. Whether it is 5,000 years ago or 10,000 years ago. Maybe one thing, there was no CNN channel that time. So the news did not reach you so quickly. That's all. The news did not reach you so quickly. That may be the only difference. But otherwise, I can be sure the good and the bad was equal. Good and the bad was equal. The same amount of wars were there. All the other things were there. You read the Puranas, the mythological stories of India, you see enough of things. Enough of dirty things. I think sometimes I find a little more. And if you read completely the Puranas or the Hindu scriptures, there are a lot of things much worse than modern day. The criminal activities or bad things or negative things, whatever you say, all this stuff. And never think only present day is corrupted or violent. In the ancient days also, all these things were there. Only one thing was not there, the CNN news or the internet. So the news did not reach you. But otherwise I can tell you, enough the good and bad was there. It always will exist. It will exist. All you can do is, if you awaken yourself, if you reach the enlightenment state, you can go beyond it. And I tell you, enlightenment is the only service you can do to the society. Just become enlightened so that you will reduce the negativity. Now, as of now, you are also the part of negative group. Naturally, we will be a negative group. As long as we are unenlightened, we will be the part of collective negative consciousness. So if you become enlightened, at least you will reduce your weight. That's the only thing we can do. Nothing else can be done. So all I request you to do is just become enlightened. Realize that you are a lion. That's the only way to help yourself and the society. Otherwise, all revolutions, you see, all revolution again end up as one more tradition. In last 2000 years, 3000 wars have happened in the humanity. In 2000 years, 3000 wars. Human beings have not done anything except doing wars, except fighting. Everybody claims he wants to do revolution. He wants to spread peace. You see, every country claims their army is a defensive army. Then who is offending? Tell me. Every country says defensive army. Then who is offending? These are all just, games. The idea of peace is a pure game. Everybody wants to spread the peace according to them, not according to the other person. They want peace according to them. The other day I was in one interreligious gathering. One guy is preaching, let all of you convert to my religion so that we will not have fight. He wants peace the way in which he wanted, not the way in which. And there is a beautiful saying, the sword of Muhammad, it is written, peace alone should survive, something like that. He has written some statement about the peace on the sword. We all take sword to spread the peace. So no revolution is going to help, because in last 2000 years 3000 revolutions have happened, but still world is same, I think much worse.
So, no revolution is going to help, only individual evolution is going to help. So, be very clear. Instead of working in the outer world, start working in the inner world. That will help you and society some way.
Now, let us see Kailasa's mission of global peace and superconsciousness breakthrough. The Sovereign Order of Kailasa, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Nityananda Order of Monks and Nuns, and Hindu diaspora are working for global peace and to give a superconsciousness breakthrough to humanity. It is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's mission to revive a conscious world where the global issues at the climate, economic, social, health, and humanitarian levels cease to exist from their very root, turning the problems of poverty, hunger, violence, discrimination into powerful living through the experience of oneness. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been working from the very grassroots level to usher in an era of peace at all levels: individual, social, societal, national, and global. His deep insights into the workings of the human mind body emotions have enabled him to powerfully and directly address various social and emotional problems facing humanity today. Some of the ways the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism provides spiritual solutions to combat the pandemic and other issues. Since the beginning of the global lockdown, the amount of contribution, the activism, the Kailasa has increased multifold through the Paramashivam program, bringing super consciousness breakthrough to the whole humanity by starting the Akhanda Nirvikalpa Samadhi Jnana Yajna and contributing almost 3 million minutes now. Paramashiva Sankalpa chanting, the sacred Sanskrit mantra chanting to heal 24/7 via Zoom sessions. Spiritual healing to one and all 24/7. Helping humanity cope up with insecurity, fear, disease by empowering individuals to heal themselves, learn to cope up emotions like depression and tough situations in relationships, providing alternative solution to worldly problems through power manifestation. Spiritual healing to one and all 24/7, initiating thousands every day into manifesting innate superhuman capabilities in the Kailas courtyard sessions, providing healthy solutions like a technique to clear the stomach from the Ayurveda solutions, which ultimately brings clarity out to the spiritual truth and give a conscious breakthrough. In the long term, establishing self-sufficient communities, continuing and intensifying the service of Annadan, that's free food in Nityananda Annalayas around the world, including Tirunamalai and Los Angeles, paving way to the New World Order, starting the agriculture-based communities in Adi Kailas and several other locations. Peacekeepers of Kailasa offering various life solutions from the teachings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Hinduism prescribes various methods for global healing. One such is Maheshwara Puja, nullifying the collective negativity simply through the presence of the avatar and his order of monks, offering Maheshwara Puja to the natural calamities hit victims. Bhava Samadhi Darshan to raise the individual consciousness breakthrough. Devi Parashakti Akashic reading, the cosmic revelations. Society was created with the delusional ideas of too many human beings' blind spots and the decisions made from those blind spots. If the visionary of a civilization or country or nation has blind spots, when he develops the vision for it, the whole civilization suffers those blind spots forever. Now it's time that nature, Prakriti, resets itself. Many of the blind spots based visions, ideas became important components of the society. This pralaya, which is happening, is melting down everything which is delusion based. The world, as we know, is gone. Let us celebrate God. This isolation, which is seemingly endless, with an unknown future, which is compelling humanity to make 100% lifestyle change, is something to be deeply dwelled upon. All problems need to be addressed only with spiritual solution and powerful cognitions. To stop people having mental breakdown, pandemic fatigue, collapsing, depression, destruction, and also give them super consciousness breakthrough and revive the enlightened civilization, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continuously gives spiritual solutions and powerful cognitions. Some of the spiritual solutions are unclutching, practicing meditation, practicing completion, practicing oneness, practicing ajapa japa of Mahavakya, Om Nityananda Paramashivoham, consciously building deep feeling connection, yoga, puja, vegetarian diet, nirahara samyama. The life solutions based on the ancient Hindu tradition, the meditation and yoga techniques from the scriptures, the cognitions rooted in the highest truth, the lifestyle based on living and radiating the higher values of life, and powerful way of living and realizing one's ultimate potential form the foundation of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's teachings, which by their inherent nature provide the foundation for peace on planet Earth. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has launched the Minutes for Peace initiative, which aims to reduce the crime globally by conducting mass meditations around the world in parallel. The total count logged in for the Minutes for Peace website comes out to be a staggering 409 billion minutes for peace so far. Under the Red Om No Hunger Project, through the Annalayas, the de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa worldwide, under the guidance of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, has served over 2 million organic sattvic vegetarian meals so far. Giving free food to all the citizens is the economic policy of Kailasa, deriving the reference from Vedas and Agamas. And recently, under the humanitarian initiative launched by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is opening Kailasa's COVID care centers in India, where the monastery campuses have been turned into a multi-layer quarantine facility to safeguard the inmates against any possible point of contact with the outer world. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has opened this service free to all people, regardless of any differences in age, gender, caste, creed, ethnicity, color, or socio-economic status. Food, shelter, internet, and all basic facilities, including medical care, are provided at these COVID care centers, free of cost and for an indefinite period of time. The outcome has been a splendid zero infection rate so far among the participants, a feat not achieved anywhere else in the world, let alone in India. This response model of handling the COVID-19 pandemic at its community level, along with the guidelines and recommendations for governments, has been recognized and accepted by the United Nations as well. You can see some of the glimpses of the Kailasa COVID Care Protection Centers. So join the COVID care protection centers. Register now with the link below, especially if you are in India. https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. Now we'll be moving on to the next part of our segment, Maheshwara Puja, NTV course. Today, we're offering Maheshwara Puja to the departed souls, to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism at 6 o'clock, 6 a.m. IST. So we are going to get ready for the Maheshwara Puja after a very short break. Maheshwara Puja. With the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivan's blessings, let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Let's pray for the liberation for the departed souls and bring completion in you with the departed souls. Nityanandam Paramasugadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadusham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. So, what you learned from this course today before we receive the presence of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism? What powerful cognitions, conclusions you will learn today? What happens to the soul after death? How do we choose our next body? What happens to the soul in case of natural death versus accident versus suicide? If someone commits suicide, does it affect the next generations? How does Maheshwara Puja help in the journey of a departed soul? So what is Maheshwara Puja? In the Vedic science of enlightenment, every being is required to complete with parents, ancestors, Ishta Devata, the favorite deity, nature, and Guru, to awaken the feminine consciousness and to achieve enlightenment. In Hinduism, every year, in every Hindu family, the Sraddha, which is the ritual to be done to the departed souls, is offered in the other tradition to complete with ancestors. Offering Maheshwara Puja is one of the oldest recorded ritual in the Vedic tradition. This is the offering of food to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam, along with his monastic disciples. Offering food to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is equal to feeding millions of hungry people. This is offered to liberate the departed soul and Let them rest in peace, gifting enlightenment to their souls. Offering food to the avatar is equal to offering it to the millions of people. Offering food on Maheshwara Puja day will result in multifold benefits. Offering Maheshwara Puja to remove Pitru dosha, we learn and receive multifold benefits for loved ones or ancestors. In Hinduism, every year, in every Hindu family, Shraddha, meaning the ritual to the departed soul, is done with utmost authentically, is Shraddha, is offered as a tradition to complete with the ancestors. It has been described in Hindu scriptures that the person should worship his ancestors as a powerful technique for completion in one's life. Shraddha or Tarpanam rituals are performed to please the ancestors and bring their blessings. In Hinduism, Pitrus, that is ancestors, are considered as gods. It has been described in Hindu scriptures that the person should worship his ancestors as a powerful technique for completion in one's life. Shraddha and Tarpanam rituals are performed to please the ancestors and bring their blessings. In Hinduism, Pitrus, ancestors, are considered as gods. There is also Pitru dosha, is an unpleasant phase in life where someone is deprived of success even after reaching very close to success. There are problems related to children. There is a loss of money, financial problems, unfavorable environment in the house, despite all efforts, unable to get married, incompletion in relationships, and so on. That is why the peace of ancestors is considered necessary even to get rid of the Pitru dosha. Offering pinda in the stomach of a living incarnation of Paramashiva, the best form of pinda tarpana and Shraddha to remove the Pitru dosha. The Somasambhu Paddhati says, it is 1,000 times greater than offering any Shraddha, any pinda in any water, any river, any water body, any lake, any holy land, any holy place. Once you offer the Maheshwara Puja, after that you may not need to do the Shraddha. Regardless of the number of births the soul would have taken, regardless of the soul well embodied having been initiated by the master or not, in his lifetime, the master can intervene and make his presence available in the departed soul's life and lead it to enlightenment. This is possible only through Maheshwara Puja. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam says, the best place on planet Earth to give Pinda Tarpanam is the stomach of a sannyasi. That is, the hunger fire, the Jataragni of a sannyasi is the best fire into which you can offer the Pinda Tarpana, the Shraddha, which reaches the departed ancestors, the Pitrus, directly. In Maheshwara Puja, you offer to the avatar along with his monastic disciples. In Somasambhu Paddhati, it says, it is 1,000 times more greater than offering any Shraddha, any Pinda, in any river, any water body, any lake, any holy land, any holy place, offering it in the stomach of the living incarnation of Paramashiva is the best form of Pinda Tarpana and Shraddha. In Hinduism, Shraddha, wherein food is offered to sannyasis for the completion with the departed souls is called Maheshwara Puja. In the Somasammu Paddhati, Shraddha Vidhi, Shloka 3 says, Lingino Brahmanadasya Shraddhayaha Shivadikshitaha. The translation goes, the sannyasis and brahmanas who have been initiated into the Shivadiksha are eligible to be appointed as the representatives of Pitrus in the Shraddha. Now let's watch a small clip how the Maheshwara Puja looks like.
पार्थाय प्रतिबोधितां भगवता नारायणेन स्वयं व्यासेन ग्रथितां पुराणमुनिना मध्ये महाभारतम् अद्वैतामृतवर्षिणीं भगवतीम् अष्टादशाध्यायिनी अम्ब त्वामनुसन्दधामि भगवद्गीते भवद्वेषिणी। अथ पुरुषोत्तमयोगो नाम पञ्चदशोऽध्यायः। श्रीभगवानुवाच ऊर्ध्वमूलमधः शाखम् अश्वत्थं प्राहुरव्ययम् छन्दांसि यस्य पर्णानि यस्तं वेद स वेदवित्। अधश्चोर्ध्वं प्रसृतास्तस्य शाखा गुणप्रवृद्धा विषयप्रवालाः। अधश्च मूलान्यनुसन्ततानि कर्मानुबन्धीनि मनुष्यलोके न रूपमस्येह तथोपलभ्यते नान्तो न चादिर्न च सम्प्रतिष्ठा। अश्वत्थमेनं सुविरूढमूलम् असङ्गशस्त्रेण दृढेन छित्त्वा ततः पदं तत्परिमार्गितव्यम् यस्मिन् गता न निवर्तन्ति भूयः। तमेव चाद्यं पुरुषं प्रपद्ये यतः प्रवृत्तिः प्रसृता पुराणी। निर्मानमोहाजितसङ्गदोषा अध्यात्मनित्या विनिवृत्तकामाः। द्वन्द्वैर्विमुक्ताः सुखदुःखसञ्ज्ञैः गच्छन्त्यमूढाः पदमव्ययं तत्। न तद्भासयते सूर्यो न शशाङ्को न पावकः यद्गत्वा न निवर्तन्ते तद्धाम परमं मम। ममैवांशो जीवलोके जीवभूतः सनातनः। मनःषट्ठानीन्द्रियाणि प्रकृतिस्थानि कर्षति। शरीरं यदवाप्नोति यच्चाप्युत्क्रामतीश्वरः गृहीत्वैतानि संयाति वायुर्गन्धानि वाशयात्। क्षोत्रं चक्षुस्पर्शनं च रसनं घ्राणमेव च अधिष्ठाय मनश्चायं विषयानुपसेवते। उत्क्रामन्तं स्थितं वापि भुञ्जानं वा गुणान्वितं विमूढानानुपश्यन्ति पश्यन्ति ज्ञानचक्षुषः। यतन्तो योगिनश्चैनं पश्यन्त्यात्मन्यवस्थितं यतन्तोऽप्यकृतात्मानो नैनं पश्यन्त्यचेतसः। यदादित्यगतं तेजो जगद्भासयतेऽखिलं यच्चन्द्रमसि यच्चाग्नौ तत्तेजो विद्धि
Maheshwara Puja is to help the departed souls rest in peace. This is the offering of food to the master along with his monastic disciples. Offering of Maheshwara Puja is one of the oldest recorded ritual in the Vedic tradition. This is offered to help the departed soul rest in peace and give the enlightenment to the soul. Maheshwara Puja is a very important process for completion with any departed soul. In Maheshwara Puja, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and all his sannyasis become an empty space, the bridge for the Sraddha, Pinda, the offerings, oblations to reach the Pitrus, the elders or any departed soul. The tradition says Brahma Kapala in Badri, Kala Bhairava's body in Varanasi, and Vishnu's Paduka in Gaya. To any one of them, you can offer the Pinda. It will reach the elders. It will reach the ancestors. An avatar's body is said to be all three. That is Brahma Kapala, Kala Bhairava's body, and Vishnu's feet. An incarnation is the space of eternal completion. Physically, mentally, spiritually, he is in the space of eternal completion. When the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism accepts or receives the Maheshwara Puja given by you, for those moments, he is the direct representative of the departed souls. He is completing the incompletions you have with the departed souls and the incompletions they have with you. In completion process with others, when you want to complete with someone who is dead, normally you invoke them in the mirror or in other person and complete. In Maheshwara Puja, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself sits with you and helps you to complete with the departed souls. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism sits with you, completing not just emotional, verbal commitments not fulfilled, anything you have not offered to them when they were alive. You treated them in the wrong way. You didn't give food, medicines, or you didn't take care of them properly. Anything that you feel incomplete about. The Viraja Homa mantras, there is a verse, it says, Srincha Lakshmincha Pushtincha Kirtimcha Aranyatam Brahmanyam Bahuputratam Shraddha Mede Prajnatu Jata Veda Sandhata Duswaha. That means, may God grant me royal prosperity, the bliss of freedom, health, noble repute, capacity to pay off the debts to gods, departed souls, and sages. So each human being has the duty to complete with his Pitrus, that is ancestors, elders, family deity, family guru, parents who are alive, nature which is around you, and your Sadguru. All of you are expected to complete with all of them. If somebody has left the body in this group and you have some incompletions with them, for example, you did not give them food properly or you took over their property after they died. You didn't take care of them when they were alive, but you have inherited huge wealth after they left. So if these or any other incompletions are there with you, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself sits and liberates you from these incompletions by accepting the offering in the form of food. Actually, since the soul has left already, the food does not reach that soul, but the soul will be liberated from the incompletion it carries with you. Food itself does not reach, but the completion reaches that soul. You will be relieved from the incompletion you carry and become complete, and that being, the departed soul, will be relieved of the incompletions it carries because of your incompletions. It is like the departed soul would have already taken the next birth. Suddenly, for no reason, he feels relieved from his karmas and he starts progressing in his journey wherever he needs to progress. So it is like completing the completions at both ends. It is the blessings of an incarnation when he sits and accepts the Maheshwara Puja. It is like when you sit and do Srartha and Pinda Tarpana on your own, the responsibility is with you. When Swamiji sits and receives the Maheshwara Puja, the responsibility of completing you and completing that being, that departed soul, is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Maheshwara Puja is a method to complete with you and the soul who departed from your life. Once you offer the Maheshwara Puja, after that, you may not need to do Srartha. Once the Maheshwara Puja is done, eternally the completion happens. After that, you may not need to do the Srartha. Srartha is more like you sitting and doing completion with your efforts. Maheshwara Puja is Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, making the completion happen at both ends. Can Maheshwara Puja help soul which has committed suicide? Suicide is the worst form of death. Once a soul commits suicide, it has to stay in the terrorized lodge till the natural death period. Offering Maheshwara Puja to a soul which has committed suicide will help relax that soul. The only thing you can do to help that soul is Maheshwara Puja. If you have any close friend, family who have committed suicide, Maheshwara Puja will great help the soul in its journey. If you feel you need to complete with any departed soul, don't miss offering Maheshwara Puja. You can see some of the glimpses of this. No matter how many births the person would have taken after leaving the body, and no matter if the person has met the master or not in the life, the avatar can intervene and make his presence available in the departed soul's life and lead it to enlightenment. So what do you need to offer Maheshwara Puja? The picture of the departed soul is a must. By any chance, if we do not have the picture of the departed soul, the astrological chart of the departed person, that means all you need is time, date of birth, and place of birth. We can create an astrological chart and place it in the place of a picture. And please do not give pictures of people who are still alive. Give group pictures. Do not give group pictures where some people are alive, some are dead. Please note, Maheshwara Puja cannot be offered in advance. You can give up to 10 pictures of dead people or pets when you are offering Maheshwara Puja. Then you can register your intention every month. Every Paurnami and Amavasya, that means new moon and full moon day, we offer the Maheshwara Puja to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism along with all his monastic disciples. So you can plan ahead and offer Maheshwara Puja without miss. You can register your intention and you can contact us. And offering the Maheshwara Puja is with when you offer the food to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, it's $2,008. The payment method will be sent to you once you fill the intention form. And then You can also offer Maheshwara Puja Dakshina starting from 1 USD or 1 rupee at your local currency. This is, as you know, any puja is not complete without offering Dakshina. So it is actually a pre-service that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is doing, but you offering Dakshina is to complete the ritual. So you get the benefit of this, the offering of this Maheshwara Puja to your departed souls. The free amount Dakshina Maheshwara Puja payment gateway is available. So you can register also from the payment gateway. You can please contact us. We will be sending you all the information. And after you choose whatever you would like to do, a free amount Dakshina or offering food to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, anything you are done. After you're done taking care of the payment, then you can enter the details and upload your departed souls photos. Now, let's listen from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism of many questions that we may be having for the offering of the Maheshwara Puja.
Nityananda.
Go ahead, ma.
Swamiji, I just wanted to share something. This is not a question, but I actually went to Badrinath, to Brahmakapala, to do the Shraddha, to do the Pinda Tarpana for my ancestors a few years ago. They told me I cannot do it because I'm a female, and you have to be a male, and you have to be the eldest son in the family. So they have a lot of restrictions. So it's not very easy to do those, and I think the Maheshwara Puja, it's just we sit right here and it just happens. We don't have to worry about, and nowadays the roads are not even accessible very easily to these places.
No, not only that. You see, listen, in that rituals, in the 13, anything related to the dana women can do, like a godana, budana, swarnadana, vastradana, annadana and all. Rituals, basically women are not allowed to do in the later days of Hinduism. The post-Shankara time, all rituals were banned for women. That is the reason this rule came. Okay. But originally in the Upanishads and Vedic period, there are records, women doing Shraddha and even last rites. There are tons and tons of records and enough of records. And even the Shraddha mantra, in Shraddha mantra, where the priest asks the person who is giving Shraddha to hold the rice and the til, he addresses male and female. Please understand, he addresses masculine and feminine. And there are at least few places we have enough references and enough of evidence where women were asked to give Shraddha and participate in the rituals. Now what you are saying that in Badri it is not happening is just recent times, maybe last 600, 700 years, the male chauvinistic. That is the reason the Shraddha was stopped for women. You guys take this reference and go and do Shraddha in Badri and tell them, my Guru is Mahamandaleshwar, he has given this reference. You tell whether this sutra is right or wrong.
Yes, Swamiji.
Is this sutra original? Is this mantra original?
Yes.
He says, yes, it is original. Then allow me to do Shraddha. That's all.
Yes.
Swamiji, Pitru Doshat Kaga Pandra Puja, Maheshwara Puja is the same?
Yes, it's one and the same.
Swamiji, what if we don't have any photos or any birth time?
No, I cannot do Maheshwara Puja. You have to have either birth chart or the photo. Without that, I won't be able to offer.
Swamiji,
go ahead.
while in Kailash, with you, we paid the tarpana or whatever.
Then I think that's enough.
That's enough. Okay, second is, when you say they will be relieved of all the, after the Maheshwara Puja, relieved of all the karmas. I thought it's only the incompletion.
All your karmas are actually incompletion.
Even the past life?
Yes. Okay. Even the need for breathing is an incompletion.
No, but my question is this. In the present life, there are the incompletions, let's say. But the karma is also from the previous life with somebody else.
In the past life incompletions only, you bring it as a karma in the present life also.
With the same soul?
May not be same souls, but the carrier is the same soul. Na? Say, for example, past life you would have had a fight with your husband. This life you may be having a fight with your wife. But the pattern is same in as far as the recording inside as a karma.
Right, but it's like my father. I might have incompletions which I took care of in Kailash.
That's all, that's enough.
Right, but his previous Jalma, what happens to that?
I say, when in the Kailash, when we gave Shraddha and all, whatever is other baggage he has, that also will melt down because we have given it in an elaborate way. Don't worry.
Thank you, Swamiji.
Swamiji, you said 13 days, within 13 days if you give do Shraddha, the soul which is born will get released of all the karmas. And suppose he has taken another birth, and within that 13 days if we do the Maheshwara Puja, he will, in another body he will get enlightened and leave the body as well, or?
No, he will leave the body and he will not have karma. He will not take another one body, which means enlightenment.
Okay, but that life he
no, that body which he has taken itself will be dead.
Okay.
The child will be dead within maybe 4 or 5 days.
Even if it's a healthy baby, the moment you have done Maheshwara Puja,
So the milk he drank, he will digest for 3 or 4 days, and that's all.
How about the incompletion that the parents have towards the...
Each soul is an individual soul, and their journey matters. They will have another one kid, that's all. The individual soul's journey is more important than any relationship related thing. That comes as a first priority. Second only this.
Swami, ஒரு சின்ன சந்தேகங்க. What happens if the 13 days passes away?
If the 13 days is passed, I won't be able to liberate that child immediately. The further accumulation of the karma and the incompletions can be reduced. Life will be better without the influence of this load. That's all. But immediately the child cannot be liberated and all.
So if something happens, we have to do it within 13 days.
Soul will leave the body. It will not take one more birth. I'll cut the U-Haul service. Not only that, even if in the road when I am traveling, if a dead body is being taken, that's all. Anything falls into my breathing space, even without knowledge, by accident, means when I am driving, there is an accident in the road and the body is still there, means over. That fellow is liberated. He can't have one more body. Because the U-Haul service will be disconnected. My breathing space is such, all U-Haul service will be disconnected. Means the karma carrying umbilical cord will be disconnected. So that cannot survive in my breathing space.
So Swamiji, all the bodies that when we are sitting in Manikarnika Ghat,
whole thing is liberated. Whole thing is liberated. Yes. All these fellows are liberated.
At least 40-50 were there.
More than that.
Swamiji, when I was in Hardwar, there was a sadhu who was on the bridge, and I put some money under his coat, or his blanket, and I realized that night that he was dying. So I went back the next day, and I checked on him, and he was almost dead. And when I put the mala, I took off my mala, and I put it on the top of his head. He shuddered, and he died.
It is good. It means you liberated him. You helped him to free. You put him in connection with me before he was dead. That's good. Go ahead.
Swamiji, you said the souls, even as long they're in their breathing space, they get liberated. So does that mean it only can happen in your physical presence around your breathing space?
No. In my physical presence happens. When I connect with them also, that they become part of my physical presence.
Okay, so Swamiji, let's say we have a deity which has been done prana pratishtha or your paduka which represents your presence there. So if
that will not be able to have such a strong radiation over a human being, because that being has to connect with it.
Okay.
In my case, he doesn't need to connect. I myself can be actively involved in it. A deity will not actively involve. It will only wait passively, and whoever comes will be gracing. The Markandeya was active. So that person who is dying, if the person is active, the deity can do the job. Go ahead. Where?
Swamiji, if a person does suicide in your physical space, then?
No. If a person commits suicide, even in my physical presence, I will not be able to help. Because it is a abusal. You are fighting against God. When you asked and He gave you the body and you destroying it is directly fighting against the cosmos. So nobody can help you.
Swamiji.
Nobody can help the person who commits suicide, even in my physical presence.
Swamiji, even animals assume a new body within 3 seconds, other than human beings.
No. Animals, when they evolve only, they assume a human body. That also happens within 3 seconds.
Swamiji, if the body wants to, if the soul, which has been born in a new baby, if you have liberated it, if it still wants to hold on to a body, get a new body?
No, it won't want to. When the karma baggage is not there, it will feel free and just jump out. Who wants to be inside the body when there is no karma baggage?
Swamiji, how is it then with enlightened babies getting born? Babies, enlightened children getting born. They don't have karma, right? So why do they keep their body?
No, that is incarnations. It's not that. Normally all the children are born enlightened. No. Yes.
Swamiji, in the back.
Even in our end pregnancy, we bring a possibility for enlightenment more. Babies themselves are not completely enlightened. The possibility for enlightenment is more. And they are brought up in such a way that when they grow up, they will become enlightened. That's not that they are already enlightened when they assume the body. Next.
Swamiji, I already done the Maheshwara Puja through Swamiji to my parents. Still I want to do one more time. Can I do?
That is up to you. You can.
Thank you.
Swamiji, here. In the presence of energized padukas or deity or any object, if the person is leaving the body, will it become
See
less
what
painful?
I am saying? No. That person, if he actively connects with me, I can do, but not that his feeling connection doesn't exist. See, when it happens in my physical presence, that person's active connection is not required. I'll do the active job. But in the Padukandal, that person has to be actively connecting it.
Will it be less painful for the...
Surely. Not only less painful, even liberation can happen.
Thank you so
much. If
much.
that person is actively connecting.
Thank you.
Swamiji, the children who they die within a day or two of their birth, that means are they getting liberated or they will be...
Yes, they will get liberated.
Within 13 days, because as you said that karma baggage...
They won't have the karma baggage,
okay.
So immediately liberation only.
Okay. Thank you.
Swamiji, I wanted to share one experience. When I did my first Maheshwara Puja for my dad, since my dad died about 10-15 years ago, I didn't do any tarpana. That was a deep guilt in me that I should have done, but I didn't do. But that was an opportunity to perform the Maheshwara Puja. When I did the Maheshwara Puja and when you put your food in your mouth, I felt that something dropped from me, a huge weight. I physically, it was like a gross feeling that something left me. Because I had doubt also how could this be liberating my dad and all that I was having? Because only 3 kshanas you need for you to take the next body. Since he died about 15 years ago, how could that happen? And all those things was running in my mind. When I did that, I felt that this was more than what I would ever imagine to do. Thank you, Swamiji.
Swamiji, one more question. Do the karmic laws affect incarnations the same way as they affect human beings?
No.
So incarnation can never accumulate bad karma?
No. It doesn't touch me.
Oh.
Then?
I don't know, I'm just asking because some people thought like, you face so much harassment and all that is not because of any bad karma.
Now you are also harassing me, what can I do? That is not because of my bad karma. I decided to be patient and answer you, that's all.
I have a question about in medicine, like assisted suicide. Is that also bad? Like,
yes, suicide is bad in every angle. The Vedic tradition, Hinduism does not accept suicide in any form.
So even if the person's like suffering, you shouldn't do that.
Even if the person should be kept alive with all possible available scientific inventions, discoveries as long as possible.
And if
doctors should not do euthanasia.
Yeah.
Mercy killing, doctors should not do. At least for all my disciples, I tell you guys, even if you do mercy killing, you will be prosecuted for murder in the cosmos.
Okay. All right.
So never ever do that.
Okay.
Never ever do that. Yes. All doctors, please do never encourage mercy killing. Never be part of the mercy killing. Don't even be a passive partner in that mercy killing process. Cosmos records it as a murder. So even if your country law accepts, cosmic law doesn't accept, so you step aside. You tell them, my religion does not agree with this. For religious reason, I will not approve or encourage, be part of it. You be very clear about it and step aside. It is straight murder. It is straight murder. Nothing can be done. If somebody is attempting suicide, that will be hanging as a ghost forever till that natural time of moving to the next body comes. Accident, he will not have suffering because he is not destroyed himself.
I'd like to participate in this Swamiji in the puja, but I won't be able to sit on the floor. Is it all right for me to sit on the chair?
You see, the Shraddha, it's a ground ritual where the food is supposed to be spread on the floor and offered. Okay. That is why.
Okay, thank you.
Sitting on the floor will be as important as I need a photograph.
Can I offer the puja to my husband's grandparents who I've never met?
Whom you never met? Yes, you can offer.
I had 2 questions. One, is there a Hindu position on organ transplants, lung transplant, heart transplant?
The Hinduism is very clear. It accepts organ transplants.
Okay. Second, what about hospice care? If a patient is dying and wants to just take
hospice care is accepted in Hindu tradition. It is encouraged.
Okay. Thank you.
As much as possible, the patient should be kept alive.
Swamiji, how about aborted life?
Aborted life. Actually, life enters only when the baby is coming out of the mother's womb. In that 3 seconds only life enters. When the baby tastes this prana, the breathing, the breath of the world, only at that time life enters. So inside the heart beating and all is an extension of mother's heart, mother's life.
Thank you.
In one body, please understand, inside one body 2 lives cannot exist.
Swamiji, there is a condition of newborn baby where the kidneys are not developed, so the lung is also not developed. So the baby is put on the breathing machine support, and the whatever 24 to 30 hours the baby was there on the support. So there is not a clear, we were unable to see whether even adding a blood pressure support medication for a low BP, whether will prolong the baby's life or not, because the lung is not developed, so the baby is going downhill on the breathing machine support, which is considered maximum for the breathing aspect.
So you have done everything best and then baby dies, no problem. But anywhere you lacked, it is murder. That's all.
We were not sure at the time whether even adding the blood pressure support medicine.
No, what I am saying, you had certain medical intelligence. With that, honestly, you supported only life.
Okay.
That's all.
Sure.
There ends.
Swamiji, one more question. The brainstem death which we certify,
even then, the body should be kept as much as possible.
Because after the group of specialists certify the brainstem death, they actually withdraw the breathing machine support and all the medications. So, is it considered?
Even that should not be done.
Okay.
Till the heart settles by itself.
Okay.
Should be supported.
So, brainstem death is not considered a natural?
No.
Okay.
It's not death.
Okay. Thank you.
It's only a type of a karana sharira, the coma, causal coma.
Few years ago, they told me I cannot do it because I'm a female and you have to be a male and you have to be the eldest son in the family. So they have a lot of restrictions. So it's not very easy to do those. And I think the Maheshwara Puja, it's just we sit right here and it just happens. We don't have to worry about. And nowadays the roads are not even accessible very easily to these places.
No, not only that. You see, listen. In that rituals, in the 13, anything related to the dana women can do, like a godana, budana, swaranadana, vastradana, annadana and all. Rituals, basically women are not allowed to do in the later days of Hinduism. The post-Shankara time, the all rituals were banned for women. That is the reason this rule came. Okay. But originally in the Upanishads and Vedic period, there are records women doing Shraddha and even last rites. There are tons and tons of records and enough of records. And even the Shraddha mantra, in Shraddha mantra, where the priest asks the person who is giving Shraddha to hold the rice and the til, he addresses male and female. Please understand, he addresses masculine and feminine. And there are at least few places we have enough references and enough of evidence where women were asked to give Shraddha and participate in the rituals. Now what you are saying that in Badri it is not happening is just recent times, maybe last 600, 700 years, the male chauvinistic. That is the reason the Shraddha was stopped for women. You guys take this reference and go and do Shraddha in Badri and tell them, my Guru is Mahamandleshwar, he has given this reference. You tell whether this sutra is right or wrong.
Yes, Swamiji.
Is this sutra original? Is this mantra original?
Yes.
If yes, it is original. Then allow me to do Shraddha. That's all.
Yes.
Swamiji, Pitru Doshatkaka Pandra Puja, Maheshwara Puja is the same?
Yes, it is one and the same.
Swamiji, what if we don't have any photos or any birth time?
No, I cannot do Maheshwara Puja. You have to have either birth chart or the photo. Without that, I won't be able to offer.
Swamiji.
Go ahead.
While in Kailash, with you, we paid the tarpana or whatever.
Then I think that's enough.
That's enough. Okay, second is, when you say they will be relieved of all the, after the Maheshwara Puja, relieve of all the karmas. I thought it's only the incompletion.
Well, all your karmas are actually incompletion.
Even the past life?
Yes. Okay. Even the need for breathing is an incompletion.
No, but my question is this. In the present life, there are the incompletions, let's say. But The karma is also from the previous life with somebody else.
In the past life incompletions only, you bring it as a karma in the present life also.
With the same soul?
May not be same souls, but the carrier is the same soul. Na? Say, for example, past life you would have had a fight with your husband. This life you may be having a fight with your wife. But the pattern is same in as far as the recording inside as a karma.
Right, but it's like my father. I might have incompletions which I took care of in Kailash.
That's all, that's enough.
Right, but his previous Jalma, what happens to them?
I say, when in the Kailash, when we gave Shraddha and all, whatever is other baggage he has, that also will melt down because we have given it in an elaborate way. Don't worry.
Thank you, Swamiji.
Swamiji, you said 13 days, within 13 days if you give do Shraddha, the soul which is born will get released of all the karmas. And suppose he has taken another birth, and within that 13 days if we do the Maheshwara Puja, he will, in another body he will get enlightened and leave the body as well, or?
No, he will leave the body and he will not have karma. He will not take another one body, which means enlightenment.
Okay, but that life he
no, that body which he has taken itself will be dead.
Okay.
The child will be dead within maybe 4 or 5 days.
Even if it's a healthy baby, the moment you have done your Maheshwara Puja,
So the milk he drank, he will digest for 3 or 4 days, and that's all.
How about the incompletion that the parents have towards the...
Each soul is an individual soul, and their journey matters. They will have another one kid, that's all. The individual soul's journey is more important than any relationship related thing. That comes as first priority. Second only this.
Swami, ஒரு சின்ன சந்தேகங்க. What happens if the 13 days passes away?
If the 13 days is passed, I won't be able to liberate that child immediately. The further accumulation of the karma and the incompletions can be reduced. Life will be better without the influence of this load. That's all. But immediately the child cannot be liberated and all.
So if something happens, we have to do it within 13 days.
Soul will leave the body. It will not take one more birth. I'll cut the U-Haul service. Not only that, even if in the road when I am traveling, if a dead body is being taken, that's all. Anything falls into my breathing space, even without knowledge, by accident, means when I am driving, there is an accident in the road and the body is still there, means over. That fellow is liberated. He can't have one more body. Because the U-Haul service will be disconnected. My breathing space is such, all U-Haul service will be disconnected. Means the karma carrying umbilical cord will be disconnected.
So
that cannot survive in my breathing space.
So Swamiji, all the bodies that when we are sitting in Manikarnika Ghat,
whole thing is liberated. Whole thing is liberated. Yes. All these fellows are liberated.
at least 40-50 were there.
More than that.
Swamiji, when I was in Hardwar, there was a sadhu who was on the bridge, and I put some money under his coat, or his blanket, and I realized that night that he was dying. So I went back the next day, and I checked on him, and he was almost dead. And when I put the mala, I took off my mala, and I put it on the top of his head. He shuddered, and he died.
It is good. It means you liberated him. You helped him to free. You put him in connection with me before he was dead. That's good. Go ahead.
Swamiji, you said the souls, even as long they're in their breathing space, they get liberated. So does that mean it only can happen in your physical presence around your breathing space?
No. In my physical presence happens. When I connect with them also, that they become part of my physical presence.
Okay, so Swamiji, let's say we have a deity which has been done prana pratishtha or your paduka which represents your presence there. So if
that will not be able to have such a strong radiation over a human being, because that being has to connect with it.
Okay.
My case, he doesn't need to connect. I myself can be actively involved in it. A deity will not actively involve. It will only wait passively, and whoever comes will be gracing. The Markandeya was active. So that person who is dying, if the person is active, the deity can do the job. Go ahead. Where?
Swamiji, if a person does suicide in your physical space, then?
No. If a person commits suicide, even in my physical presence, I will not be able to help. Because it is a abusal. You are fighting against God. When you asked and He gave you the body and you destroying it is directly fighting against the cosmos. So nobody can help you.
Swamiji.
Nobody can help the person who commits suicide, even in my physical presence.
Swamiji, even animals assume a new body within 3 seconds other than human beings.
No. Animals, when they evolve only, they assume human body. That also happens within 3 seconds.
Swamiji, if the body wants to, if the soul, which has been born in a new baby, if you have liberated it, if it still wants to hold on to a body, get a new body?
No, it won't want to. When the karma baggage is not there, it will feel free and just jump out. Who wants to be inside the body when there is no karma baggage?
Swamiji, how is it then with enlightened babies getting born? Babies, enlightened children getting born. They don't have karma, right? So why do they keep their body?
No, that is incarnations. It's not that. Normally all the children are born enlightened. No.
Swamiji, they need karma to retain the body.
Yes.
Swamiji, in the back.
Even in our end pregnancy, we bring a possibility for enlightenment more. Babies themselves are not completely enlightened. The possibility for enlightenment is more. And they are brought up in such a way that when they grow up, they will become enlightened. That's not that they are already enlightened when they assume the body. Next.
Swamiji, I already done the Maheshwara Puja through Swamiji to my parents. Still I want to do one more time. Can I do?
That is up to you. You can.
Thank you.
Swamiji here. In the presence of energized padukas or deity or any object, if the person is leaving the body, will it become
See
less
what
painful?
I am saying? No. That person, if he actively connects with me, I can do, but not that his feeling connection doesn't exist. See, when it happens in my physical presence, that person's active connection is not required. I'll do the active job. But in the Padukandal, that person has to be actively connecting it.
Will it be less painful for the...
Surely. Not only less painful, even liberation can happen.
Thank you so
much. If
much.
that person is actively connecting.
Thank you.
Swamiji, the children who they die within a day or two of their birth, that means are they getting liberated or they will be...
Yes, they will get liberated.
Within 13 days, because as you said that karma
baggage... They won't have the karma baggage, so immediately liberation only.
Okay. Thank you.
Swamiji, I wanted to share one experience. When I did my first Maheshwara Puja for my dad, since my dad died about 10-15 years ago, I didn't do any tarpana. That was a deep guilt in me that I should have done, but I didn't do. But that was an opportunity to perform the Maheshwara Puja. When I did the Maheshwara Puja and when you put your food in your mouth, I felt that something dropped from me, a huge weight. I physically, it was like a gross feeling that something left me. Because I had doubt also. How could this be liberating my dad and all that I was having? Because only 3 kshanas you need for you to take the next body. Since he died about 15 years ago, how could that happen? And all those things was running in my mind. When I did that, I felt that this was more than what I would ever imagine to do. Thank you, Swamiji.
Swamiji, one more question. Do the karmic laws affect incarnations the same way as they affect human beings?
No.
So incarnation can never accumulate bad karma?
No. It doesn't touch me.
Oh.
Then?
I don't know, I'm just asking because some people thought you face so much harassment and all that is not because of any bad karma.
Now you are also harassing me. What can I do? That is not because of my bad karma. I decided to be patient and answer you. That's all.
I have a question about in medicine, like assisted suicide. Is that also bad? Like,
yes, suicide is bad in every angle. The Vedic tradition, Hinduism does not accept suicide in any form.
So even if the person's like suffering, you shouldn't do that.
Even if the person should be kept alive with all possible available scientific inventions, discoveries as long as possible.
And if
doctors should not do euthanasia.
Yeah.
Mercy killing, doctors should not do. At least for all my disciples, I tell you guys, even if you do mercy killing, you will be prosecuted for murder in the cosmos.
Okay. All right.
So never ever do that.
Okay.
Never ever do that. Yes. All doctors, please do not, never encourage mercy killing, never be part of the mercy killing. Don't even be a passive partner in that mercy killing process. Cosmos records it as a murder. So even if your country law accepts, cosmic law doesn't accept, so you step aside. You tell them, my religion does not agree with this. For religious reason, I will not approve or encourage, be part of it. You be very clear about it and step aside. It is straight murder. It is straight murder. Nothing can be done. If somebody is attempting suicide, that will be hanging as a ghost forever till that natural time of moving to the next body comes. Accident, he will not have suffering because he is not destroyed himself.
I'd like to participate in this Swamiji in the puja, but I won't be able to sit on the floor. Is it all right for me to sit on the chair?
You see, the Shraddha, it's a ground ritual where the food is supposed to be spread on the floor and offered. That is why.
Okay, thank you.
Sitting on the floor will be as important as I need a photograph.
Can I offer the puja to my husband's grandparents who I've never met?
Whom you never met? Yes, yes, you can offer.
I had two questions. One, is there a Hindu position on organ transplants, lung transplant, heart transplant?
The Hinduism is very clear. It accepts organ transplants.
Okay. Second, what about hospice care? If a patient is dying and wants to just take
hospice care is accepted in Hindu tradition. It is encouraged.
Okay. Thank you.
As much as possible, the patient should be kept alive.
Swamiji, how about aborted life?
Aborted life. Actually, life enters only when the baby is coming out of the mother's womb. In that 3 seconds only life enters. When the baby tastes this prana, the breathing, the breath of the world, only at that time life enters. So inside the heart beating and all is an extension of mother's heart, mother's life.
Thank you.
In one body, please understand, inside one body, two lives cannot exist.
Swamiji, there is a condition of newborn baby where the kidneys are not developed, so the lung is also not developed. So the baby is put on the breathing machine support, and whatever 24 to 30 hours the baby was there on the support. So there is not a clear, we were unable to see whether even adding a blood pressure support medication for a low BP, whether will prolong the baby's life or not, because the lung is not developed, so the baby is going downhill on the breathing machine support, which is considered maximum for the breathing aspect.
So you have done everything best and then baby dies, no problem. But anywhere you lack, it is murder. That's all.
We were not sure at the time whether even adding the blood pressure support medicine.
No, what I am saying, you had certain medical intelligence. With that, honestly, you supported only life.
Okay.
That's all.
Sure.
There ends.
Swamiji, one more question. The brainstem death which we certify,
Even then, the body should be kept as much as possible.
because after the group of specialists certify the brainstem death, they actually withdraw the breathing machine support and all the medications. So, is it considered?
Even that should not be done.
Okay.
Till the heart settles by itself.
Okay.
Should be supported.
So, brainstem death is not considered a natural.
No.
Okay.
It's not death.
Okay. Thank you.
It's only a type of a karana sharira, the coma, causal coma.
Male, and you have to be the eldest son in the family. So they have a lot of restrictions. So it's not very easy to do those. And I think the Maheshwara Puja, it's just we sit right here and it just happens. We don't have to worry about. And nowadays the roads are not even accessible very easily to these places.
No, not only that. You see, listen. In that rituals, in the 13, anything related to the dana women can do, like a godana, budana, swaranadana, vastradana, annadana and all. Rituals, basically women are not allowed to do in the later days of Hinduism. The post-Shankara time, the ritual was, all rituals were banned for women. That is the reason this rule came. Okay. But originally in the Upanishads and Vedic period, there are records, women doing Shraddha and even last rites. There are tons and tons of records and enough of records. And even the Shraddha mantra, in Shraddha mantra, where the priest asks the person who is giving Shraddha to hold the rice and the til, he addresses male and female. Please understand, he addresses masculine and feminine. And there are at least few places we have enough references and enough of evidence where women were asked to give Shraddha and participate in the rituals. Now what you are saying that in Badri it is not happening is just the recent times, maybe last 600, 700 years, the male chauvinistic. That is the reason the Shraddha was stopped for women. You guys take this reference and go and do Shraddha in Badri and tell them, my Guru is Mahamandleshwar, he has given this reference. You tell whether this sutra is right or wrong.
Yes, Swamiji.
Is this sutra original? Is this mantra original?
Yes.
If yes, it is original. Then allow me to do Shraddha. That's all.
Yes.
Swamiji, Pitru Doshatkaka Pandra Puja, Maheshwara Puja is the same?
Yes, it's one and the same.
Swamiji, what if we don't have any photos or any birth time?
No, I cannot do Maheshwara Puja. You have to have either birth chart or the photo. Without that, I won't be able to offer.
Swamiji.
Go ahead.
While in Kailash, with you, we paid the tarpana, whatever.
Then I think that's enough.
That's enough. Second is, when you say they will be relieved of all the, after the Maheshwara Puja, relieved of all the karmas. I thought it's only the incompletion.
All your karmas are actually incompletion.
Even the past life?
Yes. Okay. Even the need for breathing is an incompletion.
No, but my question is this. In the present life, there are the incompletions, let's say. But the karma is also from the previous life with somebody else.
In the past life incompletions only, you bring it as a karma in the present life also.
With the same soul?
May not be same souls, but the carrier is the same soul. Na? See, for example, past life you would have had a fight with your husband. This life you may be having a fight with your wife. But the pattern is same in as far as the recording inside as a karma.
Right, but it's like my father. I might have incompletions which I took care of in Kailash.
That's all, that's enough.
Right, but his previous jalma, What happens to them?
I say, when in the Kailash, when we gave Shraddha and all, whatever is other baggage he has, that also will melt down because we have given it in an elaborate way. Don't worry.
Thank you, Swamiji.
Swamiji, you said 13 days, within 13 days if you give do Shraddha, the soul which is born will get released of all the karmas. And suppose he has taken another birth, and within that 13 days if we do the Maheshwara Puja, he will, in another body he will get enlightened and leave the body as well? Or
No, he will leave the body and he will not have karma. He will not take another one body, which means enlightenment.
Okay, but that life he
No, that body which he has taken itself will be dead.
Okay.
The child will be dead within maybe 4 or 5 days.
Even if it's a healthy baby, the moment you have done Maheshwara Puja,
So, the milk he drank, he will digest for 3 or 4 days and that's all.
How about the incompletion that the parents have towards the children?
Each soul is an individual soul and their journey matters. They will have another one kid, that's all. The individual soul's journey is more important than any relationship related thing. That comes as first priority. Second only this.
Swami, ஒரு சின்ன சந்தேகங்க. What happens if the 13 days passes away?
If the 13 days is passed, I won't be able to liberate that child immediately. The further accumulation of the karma and the incompletions can be reduced. Life will be better without the influence of this load. That's all. But immediately the child cannot be liberated and all.
So if something happens, we have to do it within 13 days.
Soul will leave the body. It will not take one more birth. I'll cut the U-Haul service. Not only that, even if in the road when I am traveling, if a dead body is being taken, that's all. Anything falls into my breathing space, even without knowledge, by accident, means when I am driving, there is an accident in the road and the body is still there, means over. That fellow is liberated. He can't have one more body. Because the U-Haul service will be disconnected. My breathing space is such, all U-Haul service will be disconnected. Means the karma carrying umbilical cord will be disconnected.
So
that cannot survive in my breathing space.
So Swamiji, all the bodies that when we are sitting in Manikarnika Ghat,
Whole thing is liberated. Whole thing is liberated. Yes. All these fellows are liberated.
at least 40-50 were there.
More than that.
Swamiji, when I was in Hardwar, there was a sadhu who was on the bridge, and I put some money under his coat, or his blanket, and I realized that night that he was dying. So I went back the next day, and I checked on him, and he was almost dead. And when I put the mala, I took off my mala, and I put it on the top of his head. He shuddered, and he died.
It is good. It means you liberated him. You helped him to free. You put him in connection with me before he was dead. That's good. Go ahead.
Swamiji, you said the souls, even as long they're in their breathing space, they get liberated. So does that mean it only can happen in your physical presence around your breathing space?
No. In my physical presence happens. When I connect with them also, that they become part of my physical presence.
Okay, so Swamiji, let's say we have a deity which has been done prana pratishtha or your paduka which represents your presence there. So if
that will not be able to have such a strong radiation over a human being because that being has to connect with it.
Okay.
In my case, he doesn't need to connect. I myself can be actively involved in it. A deity will not actively involve. It will only wait passively and whoever comes will be gracing. The Markandeya was active. So that person who is dying, if the person is active, the deity can do the job. Go ahead. Where?
Swamiji, if a person does suicide in your physical space, then?
No. If a person commits suicide, even in my physical presence, I will not be able to help. Because it is a abusal. You are fighting against.
Now,
Let's get ready to receive the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Let's sit with all the participants of the Maheshwara Puja. Please sit with the deep face of gratitude and start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivam. Om Nityananda Paramashivam.
Om Nityananda Paramashivam. Om Nityananda Paramashivam. Om Nityananda Paramashivam. Om Nityananda Paramashivam. Om Nityananda Paramashivam. Om Nityananda Paramashivam. Om Nityananda Paramashivam. Nityananda Paramashivam. Om 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 Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nityananda नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ 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 Nityananda Paramashivam Om Nityananda.
Connecting with the divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
Nitya Anandeshwari, Adi Shakti Nayakiye Anandeshwari, Nitya Anandeshwari, Annamidum Annayum Ni Anandeshwari, Nitya Anandeshwari, Adi Shakti Nayakiye Anandeshwari, Nitya Anandeshwari, Kannamidum Karumangalai Matriyindu, Karunayudan Vaalvil Karayettrugirai Anandeshwari, Anandeshwari, Nitya Anandeshwari, உயிர்க்கெல்லாம் உணவளிக்கும் ஆனந்தீஸ்வரி, நித்ய ஆனந்தீஸ்வரி, ஆனந்தீஸ்வரி, நித்ய ஆனந்தீஸ்வரி, உயிர்க்கெல்லாம் உணவளிக்கும் ஆனந்தீஸ்வரி, நித்ய ஆனந்தீஸ்வரி.
Devotees are offering the Maheshwara Puja to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism,
Nityananda Paramashivam,
requesting all the Maheshwara Puja participants and all the sannyasis of the Nityananda order to be seated with your head neck and spine in a straight line. Bring your awareness to your Ananda. Now, requesting the listeners of all the Maheshwara Puja participants. Nityanandam. Today, a few devotees are offering the Maheshwara Puja to the Divine Lotus Feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivam. Requesting all the participants of the Maheshwara Puja and all the monastic members of the Nityananda order to be seated with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Bring your awareness to your Ananda Gandha. Now requesting the listening of the Maheshwara Puja participants. Kindly have authentic listening to the truths behind the Maheshwara Puja, and if you authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand and respond that you agree to the truths behind the Maheshwara Puja, which will be told now. If you agree, please say yes loudly at the end of each declaration. The truth behind the Maheshwara Puja is: I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand and declare the truth that cosmic energy exists. Yes. I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand and declare the truth that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, is the Chinmaya Vigraha, the embodiment and representation of that very cosmic energy. Yes. I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand and declare the truth that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, is a pure channel for complete completion to be achieved for all the departed souls and for completion to be achieved for all the participants with the departed souls. Yes. I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand and declare the truth that during the Maheshwara Puja, all the monastic members of the Nityananda order become a pure channel for complete completion to be achieved for all the departed souls and for completion to be achieved for all the participants with the departed souls. Yes. I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand and declare the truth that offering the Maheshwara Puja will bestow complete completion for all the departed souls whose photo or horoscope is mentioned here, and completion will be bestowed on all the Maheshwara Puja participants with the departed souls for whom they are offering Maheshwara Puja here today. Yes. Now we will start the rituals of the Maheshwara Puja. We'll begin with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nityanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva Samarambham Nityanandeshwari Paramashakti Madhyamam Nityananda Pariyantam Vande Guru Paramparam. Lalate Tripundri Nitilakrita Kasturi Tilakaha Spuran Maladhara Spurita Katikopi Navasanaha Dadhano Dushtaram Chirasi Panirajam Shashikalam Pradipas Sarvesham Arunagiri Yogi Vijayate. We'll now chant the Sankalpa Mantra. Mamopata samasta duritakshayadvara Bhagavachri Nityananda Paramashiva Prityartham Adhya Purvokta Evam Guna Viseshena Vishishtayam Asyam Shubhadito. Maitrik Patel Namadheyasya Nilesh Patel Namadheyasya Chetna Patel Nam Yaha Sakutumbhasya Heidi Schoen Nam Yaha Karl Schoen Namadheyasya Sophie Schoen Lee Ni Volmer Nam Yaha Frederick Schoen Namadheyasya Dominica Schoen Ni Reis Nam Yaha Mabel Corner Ni Schoen Nam Yaha Ruth Griffith Ni Schoen Nam Yaha Xavier Volmer Namadheyasya Afra Volver Ni Gorhinger Nam Yaha Maria Berger Ni Volmer Nam Yaha Sakutumbhasya Yao Yao Nam Yaha Dabo Lin Namadheyasya Audrey Xinyan Lin Nam Yaha Avery Ruigzwan Lin Nam Yaha Zongshan Yao Namadheyasya Hongli Nam Yaha Sakutumbhasya Lantang Nam Yaha Wan Hong Wang Namadheyasya Zichen Wang Nam Yaha IZ Wang Namadheyasya Juntang Nam Yaha Kihao Wang Namadheyasya Sakutumbhasya Tse Fung Mai Nam Yaha Tse Yam Shan Nam Yadheyasya Nungyut Wa Nam Yaha Mokdi Sum Namadheyasya Chan Kwak Wang Namadheyasya Sakutumbhasya Lingzi Zhang Nam Yaha Zhiguan Nam Yaha Jinlai Zhang Namadheyasya Fenming Zhang Nam Yaha Gaupi Zhang Namadheyasya Fengri Wang Namadheyasya Sakutumbhasya Nityananda Gotrodhavayaha Rohini Nakshatre Vrishabharasho Jatayaha Ma Judy Yume Chang Nam Yaha Bharani Nakshatre Mesharasho Jatasya Shri Han Ming Chang Namadheyasya Shadabhisha Nakshatre Kumbharasho Jatasya Chi Chang Namadheyasya Chitra Nakshatre Kanyarasho Jatasya Chung Tang Chang Namadheyasya Ardra Nakshatre Mithunarasho Jatasya Chi Chia Chang Namadheyasya Sakutumbhasya Utlai Hao Nam Yaha Kan Piao Hoi Namadheyasya Sao Ing Si Nam Yaha क्वाक होय नामधेयस्य उत्नोग होय नाम याहा क्वाक्वाई होय नामधेयस्य सकुटुम्बस्य जिट जडेजा नामधेयस्य अंजलि जडेजा नाम याहा जय जडेजा नामधेयस्य सकुटुम्बस्य अल्लूरु रामा नाम याहा श्रीनिवासमूर्ति अल्लूरु नामधेयस्य श्रीविद्या अल्लूरु नाम याहा सकुटुम्बस्य महिता रेड्डी नाम याहा विजयलक्ष्मी कोडूरु नाम अधेयस्य सुदर्शना नल्लप्प रेड्डी नाम याहा वरदा रेड्डी नल्लप्प रेड्डी नाम याहा साई प्रसाद रेड्डी नाम अधेयस्य निर्मला पेदुरुमाल नाम याहा सकुटुम्बस्य मां नित्य रक्षिता नाम याहा नित्यानंद गोत्रोद्भवस्य पुनर्वसु नक्षत्रे कन्याराशौ जातायाः देवकी कृष्णन् नाम याहा मृगशीर्षा नक्षत्रे धनुर्राशौ जातायाः मीना कृष्णन् नाम याहा अश्विनी नक्षत्रे कर्कटराशौ जातायाः अंकिता नाम याहा अश्विनी नक्षत्रे कर्कटराशौ जातायाः अनिशा नाम याहा विश्वामित्र गोत्रोद्भवस्य अश्विनी नक्षत्रे कुंभराशौ जातस्य रविशंकर नामधेयस्य सुलेखा नाम याहा अंजलि नाम याहा सकुटुम्बस्य बीजी रवि नामधेयस्य सकुटुम्बस्य कर्मेलिया भोबेटी नाम याहा
आनंदीश्वरी आनंदीश्वरी नित्य आनंदीश्वरी उयिर्केल्लाम उणवलिक्कुम आनंदीश्वरी
कन्नन्दुरे राज नामधेयस्य सविता वेंकटेश नाम याहा कुशी आनंदी कन्नन नाम याहा ऋषि नित्यन कन्नन नामधेयस्य सकुटुम्बस्य नित्यानंद गोत्रोद्भवस्य कृतिका नक्षत्रे जातायाः वीणा सेत् नाम याहा पूजा भगत नित्य क्षिप्र प्रदादिकानंद नाम याहा गीता भगत नाम याहा महेंद्र भगत नामधेयस्य सकुटुम्बस्य हुंचिन यू नाम याहा हुनलिन शेंग नामधेयस्य चंगमई जी नाम याहा हुंगवई नामधेयस्य हुंगली हुई नाम याहा वनवई काय नामधेयस्य सकुटुम्बस्य वांगजिन नाम याहा ज़ानजिंग नामधेयस्य ज़ांगरोंग मिंग नामधेयस्य यांगसु पिंग नाम याहा वैनजोंग यी नाम याहा नधेयस्य लौ एन मिंग नाम याहा सकुटुम्बस्य जॉन किंग नी नाम याहा वेलैंग चेन नामधेयस्य यीग्जुआन चेन नामधेयस्य होंगके नी नामधेयस्य गुइजेंग डाई नाम याहा योंगवेई चेंग नामधेयस्य सकुटुम्बस्य लियाओ नाम याहा हुया ली नाम याहा Xixi Chin नाम याहा Zhengbao Rui नाम यस्य Tian Chaun Bao नामधेयस्य सकुटुम्बस्य Zhang Xiaoping नाम याहा Cao Xi Long नामधेयस्य Cao Kai Ni नाम याहा Cao Yani नाम याहा Zhanzheng Can नामधेयस्य Hukzhao Hua नामधेयस्य Zhang Jingfang नाम याहा सकुटुम्बस्य Tan Sui Be नाम याहा Tiao Hung Fo नामधेयस्य Angeline Tiao Ya Riham नाम याहा Swan Tiao Jing Jia Chong नामधेयस्य Chan Kok Chiang नामधेयस्य Tan Sui Chiu नामधेयस्य सकुटुम्बस्य Jingru Shi नाम याहा Zhenge Shi नामधेयस्य Hongfang Wu नाम याहा Yigwanshi namadheyasya Yunjan shi namadyaha Jangmin shi namadheyasya Sakudumbasya Kyau kyau ma nam yaha Yuzi wu nam yaha Yuli ma namadheyasya Lingling ma nam yaha An ma nam yaha Hauming ma namadheyasya Sakudumbasya Zhu Liping nam yaha Zhuxuan Xing namadheyasya Xuguan Q namadhyaha Chen Fengzia nam yadheyasya Chen Zuhan namadheyasya Chen Guanzhong namadheyasya Sakudumbasya Zhu Fen nam yaha Zhu Shaode namadheyasya Yao Yun Li nam yaha Zhu Guan Yu namadheyasya Fang Fang Yi nam yaha Zhu Wen Jing namadheyasya Sakudumbasya cha Brahmapala Vishnupada Kala Bhairava Vapuswarupa Shri Kailasonnata Dvadashanta Shyamala Pitharuda Shri Meenakshi Sundareshwara Bhinnaswarupa Parashiva Putra Ratna Kumara Gurumanya Tulyavatara Shri Parvati Stanya Pana Labda Divya Jnana Vishruta Sakala Nigama Gamasara Bhuta Dravida Veda Pravaktre Shrimad Paramashiva Karuna Samadigata Mukta Maya Chatura Shreya Nagiyamana Chatra Chamara Shri Chinha Kahaladi Samasta Birada Valyalankrita Jnana Vijnana Chakravarti Sarva Jana Sangha Satyo Nirvana Diksha Vyayapa Varga Varsha Vishrana Jimuta Paramata Kalaba Kesari Shaiva Siddhanta Stapanacharya Shri Rajadiraja Pandya Maharaja Guru Shapana Shakyadi Mahandakara Nivarana Jnana Bhanu Vikshana Narharha Dvadochedana Purvaka Shrimad Vrishabhadvajastapaka Shaiva Samaya Kartre Sarvajna Pitharuda Shri Jagat Guru Shri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Swami Vagisha Sundara Manikya Vajaka Swami Nam Avatara Bhuta Shri Jnana Sambandha Swami Punarudrita Shyamala Pita Sarvajna Pita Trinavatyuttara Dvishatatama Guru Mahasannidhana Arunagiri Yogishwara Paramparagata Arunachala Sarvajna Pita Guru Mahasannidhana Kailasa Paramparagata Kanchi Kailasa Sarvajna Pita Treyastrim Shaduttara Dvishatatama Guru Mahasannidhana Nityotsava Nitya Mangala Nitya Kalyana Nitya Rita Adi Kailasa Nityananda Pita Mahasamsthana Mahasimhasana Pita Kartre Sakshat Sri Paramashiva Samudbhuta Kailasa Paramparagata Vaivasvatamanu Ikshvaku Harishchandra Bhagirada Shri Ramachandra Shurasena Ityadyanavachinna Sarvabhauma Chakravarti Paramparagata Chatushashti Yogini Mandita Chatushashti Sampradaya Pravartaka Manudharma Shasana Suryavamsha Prapta Sarvajna Pita Surangi Samrajya Murdha Bhishekta Chudamani Sakshat Sri Shiva Samudbhuta Kapila Mahaguru Punarudrita Mahanirvani Pita Ashtottara Sahasra Shri Mahamandaleshwara Sakshat Sri Paramashiva Samudbhuta Sri Mahaganapati Samaramba Anavachinna Pitadishwara Guru Parampara Prapta Atala Pita Ashtottara Sahasratama Ashtottara Sahasra Shri Atala Pitadishwara Dharma Mukti Swarga Puraswarna Pita Treyo Vimsha Guru Mahasannidhana Kailasa Paramparagata Adipita Sarvajna Pita Jagat Guru Shri Kailasa Punaruddharaka Shri Kailasa Paramacharya Shrimad Paramahamsa Parivrajacharya Varya Satchitananda Pranavaswarupa Shrotriya Brahma Nishta Shrimad Jagat Guru Srila Shri Bhagavat Shri Nityananda Paramashiva Shri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Paramacharya Swaminam Prityartham Purvoktanam Sarvesham Jivan Mukti Praptyartham Etesham Divangata Bandhu Mitra Varganam Deha Mukti Praptyartham Cha Paramashiva Swarupa Bhagavat Shri Nityananda Paramashiva Mukhena Maheshwara Puja Akhya Karma Karishye. We will now chant the Purushottama Yoga, the 15th chapter of the Srimad Bhagavad Gita. Partaya pradibhoditam bhagavatam Narayanena swayam आसेन ग्रथितां पुराणमुनिनां मध्ये महाभारतम् अद्वैतामृतवर्षिणीं भगवतीम् अष्टादशाध्यायिनीम् अम्भत्वामनुसन्धदामि भगवद्गीते भवत्वेशिनीम् अथ पुरुषोत्तमयोगो नाम पञ्चदशोऽध्यायः श्रीभगवानुवाच ऊर्ध्वमूलमधः शाखम् अश्वत्थं प्राहुरव्ययम् छन्दांसि यस्य पर्णानि यस्तं वेद स वेदवित्. Sri Bhagavan says, this imperishable banyan tree of life, symbolized by the Ashwatha, has its roots above with the leaves and branches spreading below the earth. The leaves are said to be the Vedic hymns. One who knows this eternal tree becomes the knower of the Vedas. Adhaschordhvam prakrtastasya shakha guna pravriddha vishayah pravaha adhascha moolan anusantatani karmanubandhini manushya loke. The branches of this tree extend below and above the earth, nourished by the tree human attributes guna. Its buds are the sense objects. This tree also has roots going down, and these are bound by the resultant actions of humans. Na rupamasye na tathopalabhyate nanto na chadir na cha sampratishtha ashwattamenam suvirudamulam ashanga sastrena dridena chitva. The real form of this tree cannot be perceived. No one can understand where it ends, where it begins, or where its foundation is. But with determination one must cut down this strongly rooted tree with the weapon of detachment. Tata padam tat parimargitavyam yasmin gatana nivartanti bhuyaha tameva chadyam purusham prapadye yata pravritti prashritat purani. One must then seek that place from which, having gone, one never returns, and surrender to the Supreme Being, from whom all activities started from ancient times. Nirmana moha jita sanga dosha adhyatma nitya vinivritta kamaha dvandvair vimukta sukha dukha sanghir gacchantya mudha padhamavyayam tat. Those who are free from pride, delusion and attachment, those who dwell in the self, who are done with lust, who are free from dualities of joy and sorrow, not confused, and those who know how to surrender to the Supreme Person, attain the eternal consciousness. Na tad bhasayate suryo, na shashanko na pavakaha, yad gatva na nivartante, taddhama paramam mama. That supreme space of eternal consciousness, my consciousness, is not illuminated by the sun, nor the moon, nor by fire. Those who enter that space never return to this material world. Mame vamso jiva loke jiva bhutas sanatanaha manashyasdhanindriyani prakritisthani karshati. The living entities in this conditioned material world are a portion of my eternal self. In this conditioned material world, they are attracted by the six senses, which include mind dwelling in Prakriti, the active energy principle. Shariram yadavapnoti yatyatyukramati shwaraha grihitva etani samyati vayurgandhani vashayat. The spirit in the mind body living in this material world moves from one body to another, carrying these just as air carries aroma. Shotram chakshus parshanam cha rasanam ghranameva cha adhishtaya manaschayam vishayanupasevate. The living entity, the spirit, leaves one body, takes some other body and gets new eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and sensing body according to the samskaras it had in its causal layer, and enjoys the new mental setup. Ukramantam sthitam vapi bhunjanam va gunanvitam vimudhananu paschanti jnana chakshushaha. Fools in ignorance do not perceive the spirit being united with the gunas. As it enters, enjoys and leaves the body, the one whose inner eye is open clearly perceives everything. Yatanto yoginaschainam paschantyatmanyavasthitam yatanto prakritatmano nainam paschantya chetasaha. The serious practitioner of yoga with an understanding of his self can see all this clearly, but those who do not have an understanding of the self, however much they try, cannot see. Yadadityagadam tejo jagadbhasayate khilam yachandramasi yachagno tattejo vidhi mamakam. The light of the sun and the light of the moon and the light of the fire, all their radiance is also from me. Gama vishya cha bhutani dharayam yaha mojasa pushnami chauschadhi sarva somo bhutva rasatmakaha. Entering into earth, I support all beings with my energy. Becoming the watery moon, I nourish all plant life. Aham Vaishvanaro bhutva praninam dehamashritaha pranapana samayuktaha pachanyannam chaturvidam. I am the fire of digestion in every living body. I am the breath of life exhaled and inhaled with which I digest the fourfold food. Sarvasya chaham hridi sannivishto matta smritirjnanam apohanam cha vedaischa sarve rahameva vedyo vedanta kritveda videva chaham. I am seated in everyone's heart, and from me came memory, knowledge, and their laws. I am known by the Vedas indeed. I am the creator of Vedanta and the knower of the Vedas. Dvamimo purusho loke ksharascha eva cha ksharas sarvani bhutani kutasto kshara uchate. There are two things, the perishable and imperishable in this world. There is the living beings who are perishable, while there is the unchangeable, the imperishable. Uttamah purushastvanyaha paramatmetyudahridaha yo lokatrayama vishya bhibartyavyaya ishvaraha. Besides these two, there is the Supreme Purusha, the Lord Himself, who pervades, sustains all these three worlds. Yasmaksharamati-toham aksharatapi chottamaha atosmi loke vedecha pratitah purushottamaha. As I am transcendental, beyond both the perishable and imperishable and the best, I am declared both in the world and in the Vedas as the Supreme Person, Purushottama. Yoma me mama sammudho janati purushottamam sa sarvavid bhajati mam sarva bhavena bharata. Whoever knows me as the Supreme without a doubt is to be understood as the knower of everything, and he worships me with all his being. O son of Bharata, iti guhyatamam shastram idham muktam maya nagha etat budva buddhiman syat kritakrityascha Bharata. This is the most profound teaching taught by me, O sinless one, and whoever knows this will become wise, and his actions will bear fruit. Iti Srimad Bhagavad Gitasu उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे पुरुषोत्तमयोगो नाम पंचदशोऽध्यायः. In the Upanishad of Srimad Bhagavad Gita, the scripture of yoga dealing with Brahma Vidya, Yoga Shastra, the science of Brahman and the Supreme Absolute, in the form of Krishna-Arjuna Samvada, the dialogue between Krishna and Arjuna. This is the 15th chapter named Purushottama Yoga, the yoga of the Supreme Being. Vasudev Vasutam Devam Kamsachanuramardanam Devaki Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadgurum. We will now continue with the Manasa Puja. Om Hritpadmamasanam Dadyat Sahasrarachyutamrutaihi Padyam Charanayor Dadyat Manastu Argyam Nivedayet Tena Amrutena Achamaniyam Snaniyam Tena Chasmritam Akashatattvam Vastram Syat Gandhasyat Gandhatatvakam Chittam prakalpayet pushpam Dhupam pranan prakalpayet Tejas tattvam cha deepartham Naivedyam syat sudham buddhihi Anahatadvanirgantha Vayu tattvam cha chamaram Sahasraram bhavet chatram Shabdha tattvam cha geetakam Nrityam indriya karmani Chanchalyam manasastatha Sumekalam padmamalam Pushpam nana vidham tatha Amayadyer bhava pushpaihi Archayet bhava gocharam Amayam anahankaram Aragam amadham tatha Amohagam adambam cha Advesha akshobhakau tatha Amatsaryam alobham cha Dasapushpam vidurbudaha Ahimsa paramam pushpam Pushpam indriya nigrahaha Daya pushpam kshama pushpam Jnana pushpam cha panchamam Iti panchadaser Bhava pushpaihi Sampujayet Bhagavantam Shri Nityananda Paramashivam. We will now begin the Upachara Puja, the external worship. Om Hrim Etat Padyam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Namaha. Om Hrim Esha Argyaha Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Namaha. Om Hrim Idam Achamaniyam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Namaha. Om Hrim Idam Snaniyam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Namaha. Om Hrim Idam Vastram Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Namaha. Om Hrim Eshad Gandaha Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Namaha. Om Hrim Idam Sachandana Pushpam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Namaha. Om Hrim Idam Sachandana Vilvapatram Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Namaha. Om Hrim Esha Dhupaha Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Namaha. Om Hrim Esha Deepaha Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Namaha. Om Hrim Idam Sopakarna Naivedyam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Namaha. Om Hrim Idam Panarthodakam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Namaha. Om Hrim Idam Punarachamaniyam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Namaha. We will now offer Aratrikam. Aratrikam. Om Rajadirajaya Prasanya Sahine Namo Vayam Vai Shravanaya Kurmahe Same Kaman Kamakamaya Mahyam Kameshwaro Vai Shravano Dhadatu Kubheraya Vai Shravanaya Maharajaya Namaha. Karpuragoram Karunavataram Samsarasaram Bhujagendraharam Sada Vasantam Hridayaravinde Bhavam Bhavani Sahitam Namami Bhavam Bhavani Sahitam Namami Bhavam Bhavani Sahitam Namami. Aratrikam Samarpayami Bhagavat Shri Nityananda Paramashiva Charana Kamalebhyo Namaha. Pushpanjalihi. Gurur Brahma Gurur Vishnu Gurur Devo Maheshwaraha Guru Sakshat Param Brahma Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Akhanda Mandalakaram Vyaptam Yena Characharam Tatpadam Darshitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Ajnanatimirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurun Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Aneka Janma Samprapta Karma Bandha Vidahine Atmajnana Pradhanena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Mannadha Sri Jagannatho Madguru Sri Jagadguruhu Mamatma Sarvabhutatma Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Ishwaro Gururapneti Murti Veda Vibhagine Vyomavadyapta Dehaya Dakshina Murtaye Namaha. Nityanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum tam namami. Pushpanjalim samarpayami. Bhagavat Shri Nityananda Paramashiva Charana Kamalebhyo Namaha. Om Nityanandam. All the sannyasis of the Nityananda order worldwide are requested to partake and distribute the Pinda Prasadam. Thank you, Nityanandam.
Paramashivam.
Adi Shakti Nayakiye Anandeshwari Nitya Anandeshwari Annamidum Annayum Ni Anandeshwari Nitya Anandeshwari Adi Shakti Nayakiye Anandeshwari Nitya Anandeshwari Annamidum Karumangalai Matriyindu Karunayudan Vaalvai Karayeற்றுகிறாய் Anandeshwari Anandeshwari Nitya Anandeshwari உயிர்க்கெல்லாம் உணவளிக்கும் ஆனந்தீஸ்வரி நித்ய ஆனந்தீஸ்வரி ஆனந்தீஸ்வரி நித்ய ஆனந்தீஸ்வரி.
Shivam. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nityanandam Paramasukhanam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadasham Tattvamasya Lakshmam Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Let's go through the disclaimers. Security measures. No photography, video, audio recording. Important cautions. Please be aware of the important cautions. What is power manifestation? Let's hear from Bhagavan himself explaining what is power manifestation.
All the 25 states of consciousness, when they happen in you, due to your chemicals and hormones ups and downs, it is powerlessness. When it happens in you, out of your free will and consciousness, it is powerfulness. That's all. When you fall into sleep, it is powerlessness. When you enter into sleep, it is powerfulness. When you fall into dream, it is powerlessness. When you decide to dream, it is powerfulness. So I have added the ultimate powerfulness, Turyatita, in your whole being and doing, manifest all the powers. Understand, power manifestation is nothing but cognitive shift. It is not work. It is cognitive shift. Understand? It is just cognitive shift. It's not work. Work is a 4-letter word. Power manifestation is cognitive shift, playing with life, playing with being alive. Static matter, dynamic activity, strategic existence, all these three has no boundary. You are one with it. You are alive in everything. Everything listens to you. Everything decides as you want.
Beautifully, Bhagavan explained what is power manifestation. Power manifestation is a cognitive shift. It's a science. Bhagavan beautifully says how everything listens to you. You can command anything as your reality. It's a science because millions have experienced that, and each one of us can experience that. Science of power manifestation is authentic, time-tested, scientific, and foolproof. The pramanas, the evidences are given for giving us the depth of the cognition. For the power of breath dimension, the Shastra Pramana, the eternal unchangeable truth revealed in the source scriptures, Vedas and the Agamas. Apta Pramana, the experience and the results of the Aptas. Who are the Aptas? Aptas are the Rishis, Munis, Ganas, Nayanamas, Siddhas, Yoginis, Yogis, Devatas, Devas, millions of them manifesting the powers of Paramashiva. Atma Pramana, account of His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam, this millennium's avatar's personal experience of power manifestation. Bhagavan's very own Leela to showcase how a cognitive shift, the detox, can give us a superconscious breakthrough into the Paramashiva is real as our reality. The Shakshi Pramana, the experience of millions of disciple, devotees, follower, initiated by Bhagavan into the science of power manifestation. Pratyaksha Pramana, the scientific study measuring the effect of being in the enlightened state. Beautifully, all these are recorded in the Avatar Shastra, all the scientific study. The Balasans, the devotees, disciples, and Bhagavan himself. How the science is catching up with the greater truth that Bhagavan is giving us the greater reality. Paramashiva is real. As our reality, the cognition, conscious shift, that we are consciousness. Bhagavan is beautifully giving us the Shastra Pramana. The Shastra Pramana for the breath dimension is from Shiva Sutra, Sutra 1.19. Bhagavan has spoken in many sutras, selected sutras from each of the sutras, but in Shiva Sutra, he has spoken on all the sutras without missing even one, because he says every sutra by itself is a religion. It's so powerful, you can transform you into the ultimate science. Beautifully, the Shiva Sutra, Sutra 1.19, Bhagavan Paramashiva says, Shakti Sandhane Sariropatihi. Bhagavan Paramashiva says, by aiming and fixing the self on Shakti, uniting in oneness with the Supreme Power, the embodiment of that which is cognized and will, manifest at once the length, breadth, depth, time, and space. Beautifully, Bhagavan gives us the ultimate reality to understand how we can aim and fix the self on Shakti, how we understand the microcosm and the macrocosm, how we study our greed, how it plays in our life, and how it maps as the gravitational force. What is that we attract and what is that we don't want to attract? And the same with the fear, how we are continuously in the fear of some survival space, and how that can be mapped into the macrocosm as electromagnetic energy. All these greater science, when we study and start understanding, Bhagavan says, each of them overflow into the other. How the length dimension is just a materialistic world. When we expand into the breadth dimension, it includes the length also, but the breadth is the flow of life, Bhagavan says, and it's a visualization. And then it overflows into the depth dimension. The depth dimension, when we have the powerful cognition that Paramashiva is real, we are also in the body and we are experiencing Paramashiva in every thought, word, action as our reality, in every person as our reality. That beautiful cognition that we are holding simply breaks open the time and makes us experience the consciousness as real, Paramashiva as reality. Bhagavan beautifully says how you don't have anything as seer and seen. Both are merged. It is completely in oneness. You only know that when you wake up that you had a nice experience. There is a no knower to understand what is going on there. There is no person. There's no first person. It has merged. The mind and the body has merged into the oneness space. And when you are in the dream state, the thoughts happen, the mind happen, but still the body is not there. Only the whatever is happening is perceived as reality in the dream. But when we wake up to this reality, here also the distance between the known, the seer, and the seen becomes larger. So we don't wake up from this, but in the dream, we have very little gap. When we are very scared or too much in fantasy, we wake up, the more and more it goes to the seer, we wake up to the reality. Here in this powerful space that we are right now in the waking state, which is also a dream state, Bhagavan says, not only the outer world, the inner world also when it shut down, and only Paramashiva is real, you experience the higher self. Beautifully, Ramakrishna Paramahamsa once got a shawl. The shawl was most expensive and such a beautiful shawl. For a minute, when he got the shawl, he thought, "Oh wow, I have one of the most beautiful, expensive shawl." But the next minute, when he touched the shawl, the mind simply told him how he can have something more important than Devi. He puts the shawl down, starts stamping it, and literally wants to burn the shawl. The person who offered the shawl took the shawl and ran away. The most beautiful thing is he doesn't want even one thought away from Kali. He wants to reside everything as Kali and in Kali, bringing that oneness, bringing that self on Shakti more and more. You prepare yourself for receiving the Diksha initiation, which is the strong nuclear force as our reality. The outer macrocosm, Bhagavan says, as strong nuclear force, which the initiation, when we prepare ourselves with a powerful cognition, we overflow into the initiation of experiencing that greater reality, opening up the time component and experiencing the oneness in the present moment and manifesting consciousness as our reality. That is why it says, at one who has cognized and willed, this is the reality, simply manifest the length, breadth, depth, the time and space component as ultimate reality. Beautifully, Bhagavan is explaining all this greater science in all these sutras again and again for us to get the cognitive shift where we can manifest the ultimate powers. Here, Usha, the daughter of Banasura, had a dream and she saw in the dream the person and then she wanted. So she goes to Chitralekha and asks her to draw what she saw in the dream and Nirud. And the beautiful thing is she was able to see what the other person's dream and what the person looks like, and she was able to draw. This is from Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 10, Chapter 62. All these greater signs of how we can manifest these higher signs as our reality is clearly given in many of the references, how we merge into the oneness space. Bhagavan beautifully explains in the Atma Pramana how he merged into Devi and how he drew as a child of 8 years, 10 years, that Sri Chakra and how he carved a Devi that he saw.
Came to know it. And then Devi appeared in this very form. She is gracing now with Lakshmi and Saraswati. When I had darshan, I saw only Devi, Bhuvaneshwari. Here she is gracing with Lakshmi and Saraswati. There, when I had darshan, I saw her only this form, the Angusha and Pasha and Abhaya and Varada. It's just too much. Too much. Slowly, that very geometry and that form both disappeared into my inner space. Then I went back to home, carved the deity as I experienced in the stone, carved the Devi the same way I saw in stone, and carved that Sri Chakra the same way I saw in copper plate. This happened. You can see the yantra I carved after the darshan at the age of 10. And this is the deity of the Devi. This is the deity of the Devi I carved at the age of 10.
Beautifully, this years old. What a beautiful inner space. And what happens when we draw the Sri Chakra in the Nityananda Gurukul, there's a beautiful process of drawing the Sri Chakra. Bhagavan in one satsang beautifully says, when you align your lines and words and thoughts, everything to the cosmic geometry, simply the clarity happens and we draw the mandalas, how it reflects in us. Bhagavan beautifully says how a mad person, mad doctor was studying all the mad students who did some drawing, and all the drawing of a person who lost money looked pretty same, and all the drawing of somebody who lost a close one also looked same. So he was doing the study. Finally, the doctor got into the madness itself. What you cherish continuously, it just absorbs you into that. Bhagavan beautifully gives us this Sri Yantra and the carving. When you start carving the Sri Yantra, drawing the Sri Yantra, simply you align to the higher cosmic geometry. And the more we align ourselves to the higher reality, we become Paramashiva as reality ourselves. We recognize ourselves as Paramashiva, waking up to the intense space of oneness as our reality. Bhagavan Paramashiva gives us the ultimate signs for us to understand the greater reality. Now, in the Shakshi Pramana, the Nityananda Yogam participants experienced such a beautiful space when they saw the Balasans just downloading, they not knowing how to draw or who the author was or what the drawing was. But simply they could download anything, any question asked, and it mapped exactly as the original picture. Without having any idea, they were able to download the picture just when the author or some basic details were told. And the Nityananda Yogam participants are sharing this great science.
So I told her to draw, it's a drawing from a famous artist, Vincent van Gogh, the Starry Night. And then she started, immediately started like doing a round, like a star, and then she started drawing like a tree. She didn't know what was it, and she asked me, what is it? And then she wasn't sure if it was correct. And I said, yes, go on, it's right. And then she started drawing a moon, and then the whole star, and it was a perfect image of drawing of the artwork. So this is the Starry Night. And then I told her to draw the Sagrada Familia in Barcelona, which was designed by a famous architect, Gaudi. And she started with the tower, and then she asked me if it contained more than one tower, if it had two towers, and if it were connected. I said, yes, there was two towers connected, but there are more than two towers. And then she started drawing the main entrance. There are three facades of this church, and she started drawing the exact facade, the main entrance, with the four towers, and then going down, and then here, how it's going. So that was amazing, because I know the Sagrada Familia, but I wouldn't be able to draw it by myself. I would have looked constantly on the drawing and then draw it. But she just
beautifully how the Balasans were able to draw the exact picture, and to the greatest surprise, it mapped exactly how it was there in the original picture. Many a times the Nityananda Yoga participants might get something wrong, but they would correct, the Balasans would correct the answers. Here, let's experience oneness with Paramashiva and manifest the power of breath dimension. Any drawing that you would like to draw that you don't know, have any idea of the author, you can draw and Google and find out. If you don't have Google, you just have a book, then you can take some magazine and just select any page and download the drawing and verify at the end of the session. If you have a partner, partner can give you the details and you can draw whatever the partner has drawn, or the page number or the details that partner has, you can see through third eye and simply draw. If you have the Krishnashila or banyan leaf and you have the Jnananjan in the Kantamala, you can apply in the third eye and your temples and apply on the Paramashiva Shila, which is a granite slab, and you can see the details. So beautifully, Bhagavan has given us the greatest signs for us to understand Paramashiva is real. Now let's sit straight with the head, neck and spine in a straight line. Visualize Paramashiva in your third eye. Again and again, bring yourself back to Paramashiva, the darshan that just now we had, and just merge into that beautiful space of oneness by unclutching continuously. All that we are perceiving, the fear, the greed, all the delusion is only momentary. All that we are Paramashiva, that is the greater reality. Simply experience that more and more in yourself, and you will experience the manifestation of life happening, just unfolding in us. All the initiation becomes our reality when we have the right cognition. Paramashiva is real, and all that is a manifestation, what is happening to us. Let's entangle with Bhagavan in the deep oneness. Chant the Mahavakya continuously from our navel center with a deep listening and experience the quantum space, the Nirvikalpa Samadhi space, and whatever is shown in that beautiful space, just make a note of it. These small exercise Bhagavan has given to poke holes in our logic, the self-doubt, self-denial and self-hatred. Constantly when we manifest powers again and again, we are poking holes in all the logical mind and understanding there is no identity. All the labels that we carry, the tree doesn't know it's a mango tree, we label it like that. We label everything. The dog doesn't know it's a dog, nor a buffalo knows it's a buffalo. We label everything and ourselves with every detail. Drop all the labels, Bhagavan says, all your opinions, all your judgments, all your whatever you know, drop everything, and what remains is Paramashiva is real. And he is the one who is experiencing, who's making us experience the whole space of oneness. So hold that space. When Ramana Maharshi was asked, is Krishna real? Can we see him? Can we speak to him? Ramana Maharshi said, yes, we can see him, we can speak to him, just like you and me. He can appear and we can talk to him. But right now you look in where who's that who wants to see him? And when he said that, more and more the formless, the Paramashiva space in us, when we recognize the ultimate, the space of oneness, the frequency who we are, the quantum space, then every manifestation becomes reality, whatever we want and much more. Let's chant the Mahavakya intensely with a deep listening to manifest the power of breath dimension, to draw the picture what is unknown to us. Let's start.
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Jnanananda Paramashivam. Om Jnanananda Paramashivam. Om Jnanananda Paramashivam. Paramashivam. Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivam. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nityananda Paramashivam. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up. Om Nityananda Paramashivam. Paramashivam. Nityananda Paramashivam. Nityananda Paramashivam. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nityananda Paramashivam.
So beautiful. Whatever Paramashiva has shown, please check, verify authentically that whatever you have seen is exactly the picture that is originally there. All this greater truth manifest in us as prasada from Bhagavan. Each and every manifestation of Bhagavan is the prasada for us to experience that Paramashiva is real. Not just the logical mind, but how we enjoy the deep sleep. Same way, consciously enjoying this great science when we manifest these powers, even as little. It is so beautiful that you will just start loving it more and more. You will get addicted to that highest consciousness as reality. Bhagavan says, Paramashiva, other than Arunagiri Yogeshwara, I don't know who I am. He has nothing in him left as him. That is why Bhagavan says, I don't need you for your life. All that we need is Paramashiva to manifest as reality. All that he showers in us to make us understand that he is the only real. Whatever we perceive is only a perceptional reality. How in the dream it happens, the waking state is also a dream, continuously only deluding us into more and more chaos and confusion. One finishes, the next starts. So there is no end of the confusion, because as long as we are in the outer world, materialistic life, the only thing we can experience is again and again fall into the deepest confusion and chaos and pain. But raising as Paramashiva as your ultimate reality, that your body also and you are consciousness, reflecting all that superconscious space in you as your reality. Let's have one more cycle of breath dimension. Let's sit straight with the head, neck and spine in a straight line. Put away your gadgets for a few minutes and chant the Mahavakya deeply inside from your navel center, and deeply listen to the chanting that you are experiencing. And whatever the manifestation happens in your mind, just draw that in a piece of paper. And at the end of the session, we'll verify and share with the world. Let's start chanting the Mahavakya intensely from the navel center with a deep listening.
Om Nityananda Paramashivam. 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 Om Paramashivam. Om Nityananda Paramashivam. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vani open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nityananda Paramashivam. 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 Om Nityananda Paramashivam.
So beautiful. Whatever Paramashiva has shown, please share it with the world in tinyurl.com/powermanifestation. More and more when we share, cause others reality that they are Paramashiva, that we are Paramashiva, Paramashiva is real, and consciousness is how we exist as the existential reality, the quantum, the frequency, how we can exist. More and more you go through all the science and share it with the world and share the powerful cognition, Bhagavan's Diksha, Darshans, initiations, and your manifestations. All this, if you go ahead and share it, more and more you get grounded into Paramashiva as your reality. And if you see the dollar sign, you can offer, contribute to Kailasa. All that Bhagavan is showering on us is worth much more than what money could buy. But whatever he is giving us, the oneness space, which is more higher currency than any currency that we can use, the highest space of oneness with Paramashiva is all we are gaining. So whatever you contribute, you're sharing to the world is to make you understand how Paramashiva is becoming reality in you. Simple obedience, simple integrity, Bhagavan says, for all these simple instruction, which takes you a long way to manifest the greater science. So with that deep gratitude, surrendering all the powerful cognition, power manifestation to Bhagavan's lotus feet, with a deep gratitude, thanking Bhagavan for all that he is showering on us, and thanking all of you, hundreds of you sitting and manifesting the greatest science as reality. So in the deep gratitude, thanking all of you, and with the deep earning, Paramashiva is real in my word, thought, action, in seeing everything and everyone as Paramashiva, as my reality. Holding that powerful cognition, ending this session with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidham Purna Purnamudashyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavate Sri Nityananda Paramashivam Paduka Arpanamastu. Om Nityanandam. Thank you so much. See you at 6 p.m. in the Zoom session in Kailash Courtyard Manifesting Power session. You can log in through E-Kailasa and experience the greatest science. Thank you, Nitya.